Hello. It is I, Almantas, a former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I hope everyone is having a lovely night, and if you're not having a lovely night, I hope that is merely because you're in a time zone where it is not nighttime at all, such as, the Philippines, where it's the middle of the morning. So, how are folks doing? I am, as mentioned, recovering a little bit from yesterday's. Why am I saying as mentioned? I've only just started. As you might expect, I am recovering a little bit from yesterday's stream. I think I might need to be doing a little bit more rest on the hand. It appears that it is very specifically fine motor motions. And so gaming doesn't seem to cause much of an issue, but writing does. So we will probably be largely doing kind of left-hand stuff for a while. I may try to paint on Thursday. Maybe. I'm not sure about that. I'm not entirely sure about that. I will probably see how I feel, but even though yesterday was not a particularly strenuous stream, I am still feeling it a little bit. I have been getting better sleep, so I am optimistic that that I am going to heal up just fine. But these things, of course, take time. They take the time. They take the effort. I hope that people. I wonder if anybody else has been reading anything particularly good. I did not get much reading done today, which shouldn't surprise people too much. I unfortunately mostly procrastinated on what I needed to be doing, right? What I needed to be doing, which was I needed to be making thumbnails for YouTube. I've been complaining about this constantly because I'm a stupid little baby who cannot complete a fairly simple task. It is a thing that all VTubers are expected to do, but I do not like doing digital visual arts at all. So I am being a baby about it. And I wound up procrastinating on that and instead reading some things. I did catch up on not nearly all of my DMs. A bunch of people DM'd me at about 8 o'clock at night. I did get through a fair amount of some research I needed to get done. And that is where I am at. I mentioned this last night, and it's probably going to be a bit of a preoccupation of mine, but I am wondering about the macroeconomics going forward affecting VTubing. And I did manage to look up some of the projections for the next couple of years on it, and I don't think it'll surprise anybody to learn that I am biased towards the most pessimistic options. I find the most pessimistic options the most compelling, and this is largely fed by my... what's the word I'm looking for here? Experience. By my experience that the overall, overall, I think that the most pessimistic option in most people's economic projections I would say not the most, but I would say the third most, right? If we were to put up a scale of 1 through 10 of most to least pessimistic projections for the macroeconomic trends, I tend to think that number 3, where 10 was the most optimistic and 1 was the least optimistic, I tend to think that number 3 tends to be about the most accurate in my experience, because the most pessimistic ones are, I think, always ridiculous. People frequently are predicting that there's a famous line from economic theory that Marxists have predicted 10 of the last 2 economic crashes, right? There's a tendency, and it's not just the Marxists, it's also the Austrians. The Austrians tend to be predicting that the United States economy is going to be posting a negative 20% GDP growth every year for the next 50 years, which has never happened. Or at least hasn't happened since the Austrian school was founded. Hello, Kirill. Yeah, the economy. Again, it's. I am thinking about this from the terms of, I would like to be a professional streamer, right? I would like to be a professional streamer, and the this might affect that, right? This might affect that. And I was talking last night about how I'm thinking about this first and foremost in terms of how it will influence people's ability and willingness to give me money, my ability to monetize on what I am doing, but it's also going to impact things like how much things cost for me, right? Really, really rampant inflation is going to increase the sort of the minimum amount of nominal money I have to make off of this in order to survive. So, that changes things, right? That changes things. And so it's, there's some complexity here, right? There's some amount of complexity here, to this. And it definitely weighs on my mind in no small part because I'm a professional worrier. I love to worry about things. I love to think and I love to worry, and I am really, unconfident. I am really, I think, I don't know, for some reason I feel more comfortable in my life if I have a if I have more information, right? Having more information, being forewarned is forearmed, right? Is a lot of it. Being forewarned is forearmed. I like to know these things in advance. I want to so that's kind of where I'm at on this, and I guess it's kind of what I'm thinking about, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking about, and so I am. Anyway, that's kind of where I'm at. That's kind of where I am at. Let me get in hellos. Hello, Almantas. Hello, Karatsun. Hello, me. Hello, of course, to Mix UAV. Hello, JD_274. Hello, Orc Flores. Let me give the shout out to. Let me give some shout outs here. We'll do them in a reverse order. I am sorry, Miss Karatsun, that you are in so much pain. That is very sad. That is very, very sad. Oh, and I. I hope that you are feeling better soon. Because I know you're playing some Peak, and I only caught a little bit of it. But I'm guessing you probably mostly need sleep, and staying up till 2 or 3 in the morning listening to an old man ramble about sociological concepts and history books that he's been reading lately is probably not going to do it. In a microeconomic view, you paid the first month rent on a new apartment. And you die. Okay, I was about to say congratulations. I got ahead of myself. I am sorry that you are dying. I am sorry that you are dying. I was hoping that this was a new, better apartment, and it sounds like it is a new, worse apartment. So I don't quite know what to say about that. Good luck, I suppose. Good luck. But it's expensive. The apartment is very good. It's fair. Very, very fair. Very fair. Very fair. Uh, I am... But yes, let's, I don't know, let's get to the surveys. Let's get to the surveys of it all. I'll probably revisit this survey because it was going around making the rounds. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is an excellent deal. That is... When you say a bachelor, do you mean is that Canadianese for a studio apartment? Or a one-bedroom? Because I don't know what a bachelor apartment means. A bachelor to me just means just you're not married. Like when I had roommates, it was like, yeah, 3 bachelors living together, right? It was the way that we would talk about that, which didn't say anything about the actual floor plan or layout. It was just the type of person who was living there, or I should say the marital status. Canadianese for a studio. I see. Let's take a pop over here. Yes. So this was a survey that popped up earlier, and I'm largely pulling it up because it's actually kind of an interesting one that reveals things about how people answer surveys. Okay? And we'll talk about the micro elements of it later, but I do kind of want to talk a little bit about a very macro thing that we can see very much from the jump. Very much from the jump. So, how would fictional characters vote in the 2024 election? If the following character were to vote in the 2024 presidential election, which of these candidates do you think they would vote for? Percent of U.S. adults who are familiar with each character. So I did look at a little bit the crosstabs for this one, and they did ask people to self-identify with whether or not they felt familiar with a character. So they theoretically are scrubbing out answers for people who don't know anything about Olivia Pope, for example. Just to use one example. And this was published back in November 2024. This was published before the election. And this is mostly kind of a for fun survey, but I do think it does tell us a little bit about surveys and how they work and what we can extract out of surveys, because I think this is actually very valuable. People extract a lot of knowledge out of surveys and out of survey results, and we answer a lot of surveys in our life, right? Mostly when we're in school, but we do still answer a fair number after then. And so we are looking at these survey results, and we're often extracting information from them. And there's a type of survey results that we're all deeply familiar with in our life as gamers, which is the Metacritic score. The Metacritic score, the Rotten Tomatoes score, the Steam overall review scores. We are very familiar with these. They show up all the time. Mix, I don't actually think that that's the most offensive one on here. I don't actually think that is the single most offensive one here, but it's up there. Vera! Oh my god, Vera is coming in at a perfect time. This is a great one for Vera. Vera, I love Vera. Vera is one of my favorite people in VTubing. I met her at Offkai, and we became just instant friends, just instantaneous friends. As I relayed last night, and I will relay all the time, she was the one person who outpunched me at the punching bag test. So, Vera, what were you up to? Tell the people what you were doing. Vera is very smart, and she knows a lot. She knows way more about Warhammer than I do. Like this is not a contest at all. She is massively more knowledgeable about Warhammer than I am by a country mile. Well, looking at roller coasters and played Resident Evil 2. Oh, hell yeah. I know a couple of people who've been talking about trying to become, Vera, I didn't know I was being cagey about it because I wasn't sure how public of knowledge it was that you literally were an employee for Warhammer. I tend to downsell some things when I'm not like 100% sure if it's public knowledge. But yeah, she literally works for Games Workshop, and is incredibly, she is peak on nerd stuff. And I was just talking about something that is related to your line of work, which is how much people in nerd culture rely on survey data for understanding and for fitting into how they think about whether or not their nerd stuff has been well received and who is talking about and so on, right? We all have seen wars over Metacritic scores and over Steam review scores. We all know what Steam review bombing is. These are types of surveys. These are uncontrolled surveys. Yes, you've literally done community surveys. Yes. And so I have pulled up this survey on how would fictional characters vote in the 2024 election, because we're not going to talk too much about a survey result. We're going to talk about the nitty-gritty of a survey construction, because there was a which D&D character would you be test that I took the other day that was very extensive and I still think poorly constructed. So I still want to go through it, and I kind of actually, I've done this before. I'm looking forward to doing it tonight. I am going to be I'm going to be having people take it, and I'll be collating people's results and looking at the results of my community under this light. But I am pulling up this one because this survey was doing the rounds on Blue Sky because of the announcement that King of the Hill is coming back, and the result for King of the Hill is actually really interesting, and it tells us quite a bit about how people answer surveys. And here's the headline thing that I'm going to say is the most interesting thing macroscopically, right? Macroscopically about this survey is line number 2. Line number 2. They have this organized, I believe, by how much over water Kamala Harris would be. So despite the fact that Leslie Knope has both higher Kamala Harris and Donald Trump ratings, the difference is lower than the Liz Lemon difference. So I believe it is by the difference in favor of Kamala Harris, is I believe how they have sorted this. I have not actually checked it all the way down, but that is consonant with everything going down. So the Leslie Knope one is the one that sticks out to me the most in this entire survey, because 12% of people think that Leslie Knope would vote for Donald Trump. And the reason why this strikes me so hard is that Kamala Harris was functionally made in a machine to get voted for by Leslie Knope. Like, there's a bunch of characters on here I'm not very familiar with. I will freely confess to not really knowing much about the characters of Friends, for example. But I don't... Yeah, and it's... Well, and that's actually not what I think is going on, Mix. So 12% of people think that Leslie Knope, of all people, would vote for Donald Trump. And what that tells me is that 10% of people are just clicking the rightmost box on the survey no matter what. Which is a well-known and attested problem in all survey design. That about 10% of people will just click the rightmost box, and 10% of people will just click the leftmost box and just go straight down without reading any of the questions. This is a well-attested problem in survey design, and working around it is a significant part of how you design surveys. And whether or not you randomize the answers between giving the survey answers to different people is a part of survey design that you have to ask yourself. And given that this is a long survey, we have a lot of characters on here. I'm not going to scroll down because the one that is currently being cut off by my frame is the one that I actually think is the most egregious on this entire thing. So I'm not going to scroll down, but this is a long one. Like, by the end of this, we still have people firmly on the Kamala Harris side, and there are people who are firmly on the Donald Trump side in this survey. And this is... You just kind of have to know this. The survey that I think about a lot for this is the survey where 10% of American men said that they could take an elephant in a fist fight. A thing that people often forget about that one when they are dunking on that as being about Americans being too macho is that 10% of people who answered that survey said that they would lose a fist fight to a rat. So 10% of people said they would win a fist fight to an elephant, and 10% said they'd lose a fist fight to a rat. People are not answering the question sincerely. At least 10% on each side. So about 20% of your survey result is more or less garbage. And that's just a thing you have to live with survey design. It's just a thing you have to live with. And there is an ability to kind of like try to manually correct for that effect. I personally think that what I am doing right now is kind of the best solution, which is to just tell people over and over and over again about satisficing, which is what we're talking about here, which is about how people will just kind of answer a survey with a line towards getting it done. Right? They'll just kind of try to get it done. Yeah, clearly Elric would be a commie. Yeah. And what I am seeing is actually a more interesting trend than just character I like mix. Because one of the most likable characters on this entire thing is extremely pro-Donald Trump, according to these people. What I will point out is that the people who answered the survey said that Bella Swan was more of a Democrat than Miles Morales. Just want people to think about that one. Just chew on that one for a minute. Oh, Aziza! Okay, it's my sister. My sister has come here. Oh my goodness, we are off to a very raid-heavy start. Ozzy is my sister. Ozzy is my sister. And hello, Eclipse Bun. Ozzy is my sister. And hello, Fawnvex. And hello to all of the other raiders. Hello. I am Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. Aziza was playing Final Fantasy XIV and looked like you weren't suffering too badly. I tend to associate doing MSQ in Final Fantasy XIV with suffering. Because I'm not in a hole. Excellent. I am glad that you managed to dig yourself out of the hole. But yes. I normally do calligraphy. I did calligraphy yesterday. I am giving my hand a little bit more time to rest because I have a little bit of a repetitive stress issue with my hand right now. And today we are doing a top tier nerd stream. We're doing a top tier nerd stream. I am talking about surveys and survey design. And I am opening up with talking about a very goofy survey, which was how would fictional characters vote in the 2024 election? This is from before the 2024 election. This is not retrospective. It was published in November 2024. So it was published before the election. So it was taken several weeks before then. And I am relaying a thing that I think is very important for people to know about surveys. And so I'm going to get it out of the way here before all the raiders manage to escape. You might notice that Leslie Knope, that 12% of people thought Leslie Knope from Parks and Rec would have voted for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris was basically made out of a test tube exactly to be the kind of person Leslie Knope would vote for. Like, I don't know what possible metric causes somebody to think that Leslie Knope would vote, or Elle Woods for that matter, would vote for Donald Trump. And the answer there is that what that tells you is that about 10% of people are just clicking the rightmost box. About 10% of people are just looking at your survey and they are clicking the rightmost box or the leftmost box each. Right? The one that I always like to highlight is there's this old survey, this old famous one that is, do you think you could win a hand-to-hand fight against this animal? And they asked a bunch of American men, and 10% of American men said that they could take an elephant in a fist fight. Which they clearly can't. The thing is that people tend to think about that as being about men overestimating their strength, but 10% of men said they couldn't take a rat in a fist fight. So that really tells me is not that 10% of men thought they can actually take an elephant in a fist fight, is that 10% just click the rightmost box. Ooh, Mick's answering a good point. And hello, Scaldi, and hello, Flora Linari. But yes, so this is the thing that I am trying to tell people is that when you are looking at any kind of survey, a pretty substantial, particularly a large survey, right? This is a long survey. This has like 30 people on it. So if you're designing long surveys, you will make a survey that has pretty similar looking answers each box. So it'll be like, how likely do you think this person is to vote for Kamala Harris? Extremely likely, extremely unlikely, neutral, extremely likely to vote for Donald Trump, extremely or just medium likely to vote for Donald Trump. So I messed that up, but you understand, like a 1 to 5 scale of how likely you think they are to vote for one candidate or the other, and that's it. And you try to keep it the same between questions so that people don't have to reread the prompt every time, which makes the prompt take forever if you do that. That's what you have to do for a long survey, and this is a weakness of long surveys. And I think we just need to be aware, as a culture and as a people, that people will not answer surveys completely truthfully. They will often answer surveys not just based on not thinking very hard, but sometimes based on not thinking at all. And I just think we need to keep that in mind because, again, yeah, no way would Elle Woods vote for Donald Trump, right? And here's the one that I have not revealed that I think is much funnier. This is the one that is the funniest one to me. I have just scrolled it on. These people think that Blanche Devereaux would go 51-32 in favor of Kamala Harris. Aziza, Blanche Devereaux's a proud daughter of the Confederacy. She's a proud daughter of the Confederacy. Like, she is a Confederate battle flag waving lunatic. Like, she's a very funny character, but if we're being honest, she is the core demographic for Donald Trump. If she's not voting for Donald Trump, who is? And you might notice that I also scrolled down enough that people were evenly split on Steve Rogers. Evenly split on Steve Rogers. We're talking about survey design. We're talking about how people don't always answer surveys very well. We're talking about how people don't always answer surveys very well. Aziza, this should mostly just tell you that the people answering this survey did not think very hard, right? They've got Scarlett O'Hara in a dead heat. They've got Scarlett O'Hara in a dead heat. They've got Apollo Creed and Fraser Crane in favor of Donald Trump, leaning Trump. Lunacy. Yeah, personal bias versus also thinking about the character versus also just kind of answering a survey in a stupid way. This is where we get the really cursed one. This is the reason why this survey was doing the rounds, was Hank Hill, they're putting at 50% up on voting for Donald Trump. Yes, this is asking how a character would vote in the 2024 election. Don Draper is also a very funny one because Don Draper canonically does not vote. This is actually a very obvious thing about him. Yeah, you're supposed to say... Scaldy, you're supposed to say, I don't know the character if you don't know the character. And I'm guessing a lot of people didn't really do that part. Or, again, they don't know the character as well as I think I know these characters. Biff Tannen being having 18% Biff Tannen voting for Kamala Harris is also extremely funny. Because if people do not know this, Biff Tannen is literally based on Donald Trump. Biff is literally based on Donald Trump. This is not like this is not subtle. This was a deliberate part of the joke of Back to the Future, is that Biff is based on Donald Trump. Like, that's something that something that audiences were expected to know at the time, was that Biff Tannen was literally Donald Trump. This was actually expected political commentary in the 80s. So, yeah, I can't really see it for Hank Hill. That was the main reason why this came up, was people... I am more of a skeptic on Hank Hill. The thing of the episode would be he votes third party and everyone gets mad at him. Yeah. You wouldn't know the person who meant to vote for anyways. That's fair. Especially if you're not an American. Why would you know some of this stuff? Some of these, Hannibal Lecter is very funny. I'm just like, where's Donald Trump from hit movie Home Alone 2? Not on here. Rambo leans heavily Republican is also crazy to me. And that tells me that Aziz's hypothesis that I'm sorry, not Aziza, Mix's hypothesis earlier that's just about whether or not you like the character is holding a lot of weight. Yeah, Rambo. Yeah, John Rambo, who I would say is to the left of... probably to the left of everybody else on this survey. Hill was Rambo is more or less a left-wing terrorist. Rambo is a person who is like to the left of Mamdani. And yes, Aziza, that's what he's famous for. This is what Hank Hill is famous for, is that he is a Republican that is hard to hate. He is the key person who gets taken in by the Lincoln Project. He is their core demographic. He is the, like, number one most likely person around, I think, to, like, be a never Trump Republican. He is a very likely never Trump Republican. It seems so unlikely, especially even like Hank Hill has a thing about like interpersonal decency that like Donald Trump's whole thing is discarding interpersonal decency. Now, Peggy Hill's a different question. Peggy Hill I'm less sure about. Indiana Jones being pro Donald Trump is completely wild as well. Complete nonsense. I don't know what they're talking about. So here's what I'm seeing, right? Here's what I am seeing is that what these people are, what this survey is dominated by is not the specifics of the characters, but stereotypes. But stereotypes about these characters based on coarse demographic factors. And this, to me, is the most telling right here. Yeah, the dude who literally hates Nazis. I think that people are working off of some very coarse stereotypes. And I think they are very specifically working off of stereotypes around a sort of upper class white femininity is what causes people to vote for Kamala Harris. And the more you diverge from that upper class white femininity, the more likely you are to vote for Donald Trump. I don't really see another way to interpret people thinking that Bella Swan is less of a Republican than Miles fucking Morales. Like, that is wild. Like, that is completely crazy. Yeah, cops who love the Punisher vibe. Yeah, it's Shaft is very funny. Shaft being this low is also very funny. There's definitely some hasn't read it. There's definitely some amount of like, yeah, the thing is like Vera, in theory, I looked at the survey design and they should have, yeah, bold of her to assume that Bella was allowed to go to the voting booth. The thing I am thinking about a lot with this is that like they had the part of the survey design was to eliminate people who don't know who the character is, but you're relying on people having an accurate understanding of their own knowledge of the characters. And this is a problem that happens when you've got very large surveys like this. This is long as hell. This is long as hell for a survey. If you were doing a survey of like your personal Discord server, you might be able to expect some of, and like you're of a fandom or something like that, you might be able to get people to answer this a lot long, to answer a survey this long. But remember that these are not just one question. Each of these is at least two questions. Yes, exactly. Each of these is at least two questions. This is like a 100 question survey. A lot of them don't know enough to know that they don't know a lot. And also, it's always worth remembering that people's memories of a fictional character transpose over the... Yeah, the Joker's really funny. Also, I don't know what they mean by the Joker. I read this and I'm like, which Joker are we talking about? Which Joker are we talking... Yeah, there's so many good ones in here, man. I do think that Maverick would vote for Donald Trump. I think that this one's actually accurate. This one, I think this one they got right. I think this one they got right. I think Tony, if anything, they're underestimating. I think other Tony, they're also underestimating. I think Tony Stark is like I would put Tony Stark at like a 100%. I'm honestly surprised that the Joker is allowed to vote. Like, that feels really liberal that he would even be allowed to vote or able to vote. Well, I mean, he'd still vote. He would still show up and vote, or at least fill out an absentee ballot. But like, yeah, no, Tony Stark puts $100 million down on Donald Trump. Like, there's no way. Remember, Tony Stark is supposed to suck. Like, that's part of his character design, is that he sucks. Yeah. So he votes 10 or 11 times in every election. Good call, Vera. Good call. Good call. But a lot of these really do reflect like a way that a person thinks about a character that is very, because like I look at this about Steve Rogers and I'm like, what are you talking about? Oh, hello eyes, hello eyes. And hello Kira Kira. But yeah, Steve Rogers to me, this one is crazy because I look at Steve Rogers and I like Steve Rogers a lot, and I'm just like, there's no way, right? There is no way that Steve Rogers is fundamentally a decent, honorable man. And so what I think is that a lot of people who are very pro-Trump have the same vision, right? A lot of pro-Trump people think of Steve Rogers as just generically pro-America. And they don't think that Steve Rogers has a particular vision of what America is like, and don't think about the fact that Steve Rogers' vision of America is exactly the project that Donald Trump is opposed to. Donald Trump also can't vote, just in case people are unaware of this one. Not Donald Trump, Deadpool can't vote. So this is kind of a silly question. Steve Rogers absolutely votes. There's no way Steve Rogers doesn't vote. Steve Rogers absolutely votes. I have 0%. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Wise has it. Yeah. Deadpool's Canadian, can't vote. Deadpool's Canadian, can't vote. Might still try to vote. He can vote. Well, he can't run for president. Is he an American citizen? Well, Steve Rogers' vision of America, because Steve Rogers, there have been periods where Steve Rogers has abandoned the United States. Steve Rogers has declared himself anti-America at certain points in his life. Like, that's a thing that he has done. He is not generically pro-America in every single way. He has a specific series of values that he thinks of as American values, and he stands up for those values. And if you are a hardcore enough Trump person, then you just kind of assume that the values that he stands for are actually the same as the values that you stand for. Even though that requires a certain amount of forgetfulness, right? Yeah, well, Lucy stands up to her husband a lot, but also Lucy Ricardo's one where I'm not sure about. I wasn't commenting on Lucy Ricardo because I'm really not sure about her. Cliff Huxtable, I actually think is more likely to vote Trump than this. I think the fact that they have her at 52-31 is showing that people are again working from crude stereotypes, which again is my biggest thing about John Rambo, right? John Rambo's an Antifa terrorist. John Rambo's an Antifa terrorist. And hello, Huggetry. We're going to get to the DND survey. But I was talking more about general survey stuff for the moment. Ken should be all Trump. That makes sense to me. Yeah, Ken does feel pretty Trump vulnerable to me. But people are working, I think, off of very crass stereotypes about demographics and ideas around those. I think Marge is actually not that strong. Yeah, Hank Hill's the reason why I brought this up. Hank Hill's the reason why this survey is making the rounds. Is because the Hank Hill one is so egregious. The Hank Hill one is just so egregious. I am kind of inclined to think that Bella Swan is the one that baffles me the most, because Bella Swan is so obviously and thoroughly and clearly a Republican. Like, again, like I said, they're working off of crude stereotypes. They are not thinking about... Yeah, Hank Hill didn't vote for Republican because his handshake was off. Do you think that Donald Trump can give a firm handshake? Come on. Come on. I don't even know if Donald Trump can give a handshake anymore. I would say that Hank is very emotive. Hank is very emotive. Hank would pick off of very surface level emotional reactions. And I think he, like most of us, would find Donald Trump repulsive. Like, I think he would just find Donald Trump repulsive at a very basic level. So, I I just don't see it, right? I just don't see it. Mhm. Yeah, no, exactly, Floronari. Exactly how I think about him. Exactly how I think about him. I'm not like a huge King of the Hill head. I do think that also the 9% people thinking that Archie Bunker Hank would write in a vote for George W. Bush. That's a very funny answer. That's a very, very funny answer. I think that's actually possible. I think that also 9% of people saying that Archie Bunker would vote for Kamala Harris is also crazy. Like, the man who is the reference standard racist for for our entire culture. Like, no way. Like, no way. Like, um, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yeah. Yeah, no. Why? Yeah, I don't think that Hank would always make the choices that I think are good. I think Hank actually has a lot of bad opinions and a lot of bad thoughts. But I do think that Hank does have actual opinions. No. Bella Swan, hello from nowhere. And hello Nagi. Let me give this shout out to Nagi. I'm behind on shout outs. I gotta get some more shout outs while we're going. Nagi Nagarunski. I'm doing relatively political content. I am here to talk about surveys and survey design, but we are opening up with talking about how a survey gets kind of bad results. Yeah, Bella Swan is from Twilight, not Natalie Portman's character from Black Swan. The Bella Swan is you marry the first person you see that makes you feel nice, level turbo Mormon. She's a turbo Mormon. She's from deep Arizona. She's Mormon. The movies actually soften her a lot. In the books, she does not dress like that. The costume design and Kristen Stewart made her dress in blue jeans and flannels, which is extremely reasonable for somebody living in the Northwest, in the Pacific Northwest. No, it takes place in the Pacific Northwest, but she's a transplant from Arizona. One of the first things that happens is she moves from Arizona to, I think it's Washington State, but to the Pacific Northwest. And Stephenie Meyer's a hardline conservative. Bella Swan is her stand-in for like a good romantic. Bella Swan is going to be a turbo conservative, and she dresses like a trad wife in the books. They made her substantially softer and more liberal in the movies. She's a hardline conservative. And remember people about Twilight, important thing to remember about Twilight, the cool dude that everybody agrees is a cool guy to hang out with all the time is a literal unapologetic Confederate States of America veteran. When they're looking for a cool guy who knows how to fight, they go with a Confederate veteran. And everybody's just cool about it. Like, she's going to be a turbo conservative. Marge, I think, is also much more conservative than this looks, which is, again, I think people are going off of crude stereotypes. Which is, again, why, these are all, like, coastal, liberal, white women. Yeah, and he was a Confederate, positive. Right? Like, I am also, just as kind of an aside, I always thought it was extremely... Oh, she has had more lip-syncing drips. Okay, that's fair. I am mostly thinking about 90s Marge, because that's the Simpsons that I know is from the 90s, and 90s Marge is pretty conservative. That often gets kind of missed, is that a lot of the dynamic of Marge is her and Lisa bristling against each other. Because Lisa is much more left-wing. Oh, I love the gag that Homer is very worldly. I absolutely love that Homer, like, knows internal politics of Iran and can read Mandarin. I think those are some of the funniest jokes in the entire series. I think those rule. It's so good. It's such a good bit. It's such a good bit. It rocks. It works for all of the Ayatollahs. Like, he's incredible. A lot of the friction of the series is Marge being a lot more conservative than Lisa. Uh, um, he's also a violent, abusive asshole. I think that needs to be remembered. But yeah, this is being based off of like really broad stereotypes. And again, let me take a look. Let me just double check this. Yes, there are no men who placed above Bella Swan. Not a single man placed above Bella Swan. And Ted Lasso is the second most left-wing man they've got on here. I have a lot of positive feelings about Ted Lasso, and I struggle to imagine him being a pro-Trump guy, but I can see why somebody would read him that way, and he feels much more reasonable to read that way than Steve Rogers, or even Marty McFly, or even Apollo, or Frasier. Like, I don't know what's going on here. That is kind of my read as well, Floral. Minari. That is kind of my read as well. Is that she is conservative coming from a place of fear. Yeah, the man being an underage black kid also says something. Yeah. Despite him being raised by a cop, this is true. And himself being a vigilante. That's a thing that's like, that does make all of the superheroes in here a little bit. I think that you are not insane for thinking that wise. I think that that's not insane for thinking. I think in other elections, he would be very likely to vote third party. I think in 1992, he voted for Ross Perot. I think the chance that he voted for Ross Perot is like nearly 100%. Other elections, I'm less sure about. I think he would vote a lot based on personal affinity for candidates. So I think he would really vote for Al Gore. I think he would really be a Gore guy. I think he could be an Al Gore to W in 08 voter. I'm sorry, to W in 04 voter. I think he could have gone Gore in 2000 and then W in 2004. I could see him doing that. But yeah, Sui, thank you for the follow. And pleasure to have you here, Sui. Pleasure to have you here. But yeah, John Rambo being like an extremely far pro-Trump one is so crazy. You have points. Yes, you do. You've probably been rated in here half a dozen times. Fake fan. I mean, the only person who I'm going to call out for... There's only like a couple of people here who I would actually call out for being fake fans. I would call out Kara, because it's funny. Emperor's Armpits I would call out if Emperor's Armpits said something weird. But most people I'd be like, well, whatever. I don't have fandom is an odd choice here. But yeah, these I think are based off of weird random things that they're thinking about, like abstract things about the character and not specific things about what the character believes. And this just kind of shows you that you can't rely on surveys for a lot, right? And big surveys are going to in some ways be worse. People often want surveys that have hundreds of thousands of participants and ask a million questions, and that's just not going to happen. That is just not going to happen at all. That is not something you're going to get. I love that little mix. I love that little mix one. We are going into ads, and I will talk about the Dungeons and Dragons survey when we get back. We do not have a similar set of results. We'll have to invent them ourselves. Surveys will have biases, and it's a question that any Also, hold on a second. I'm not looking at this part of the crosstabs. 85% of people think that they're familiar with Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump doesn't have any personality. What are you talking about? How are you more familiar with Forrest Gump than you are with Bruce Wayne? And how are you familiar with the Joker in this one? You don't know which Joker it is. Yeah, some people manipulate. This is true. I have been push pulled. I remember back during the '08 election, I was asked a question about if I would support. Would you support Barack Obama's plan to raise the tax rate to 30%, the same rate that it was just before the Great Depression? And when I said, yeah, I would support that, the person asking the survey was like, wait, what? Are you sure? Do you want to revote that? Like, they gave me a mulligan because they didn't like my answer. An answer that I was extremely confident about. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. And I was informed on. Very goofy, very goofy. All right, we are going to get hit by ads, though. We'll get back to other surveys in a few minutes, but I will see you all. Enjoy the fan art. I'm going to get a stretch in. Hello, I am back. I am back. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. Uh, Thank you all for your patience. I'm going to take another sip of the water. Um, mm, mm, mm. I hope everyone is doing well. So, this survey is long as heck. This survey is long as heck. Hold on. In hashtag after streams. Okay. There we go. Pin that. Manually unpin. I kind of wish that pinning was manual by default. I don't ever really want to pin something for just 20 minutes. That feels like a more specialized use case to me than just unpinning as I need to. But yes. So here we are. So I'm not going to be answering this sincerely as we go. I am going to be testing it. I am going to be testing this survey. But we're going to be talking a little bit about some of the weaknesses of this peculiar survey and some of the ways that I don't even know that it's improvable, right? There might be some improvements, but I think there are some ways in which it cannot even be improved that are weaknesses of the design at a philosophical level that transcend any of the structural or tactical motions made inside of it. But I'm not going to be answering it sincerely on stream. I'm going to disagree as strongly as possible with every statement. And I'm just going to see what answer that gives me. Because I'm just curious, right? I like to do this with surveys and with these character things. I like to take them sincerely, and then I like to see what happens. And I already have a spreadsheet made up. Let me pull it up. Loading. No, I don't want that one. I want... there we go. Okay, why is LibreCalc being slow? Okay, so, and I will... Let's resize that window a little bit. So, we will pull up the stats later, but... Where are you? Just doing a little bit. So this is the survey results. I'm gonna let's make it a little bit bigger and zoom in a couple layers, and not 140%. 130%. That's good. 130%. So I have already answered this one, and we'll take a look at my actual answers in a second. But yeah, let's take a look at my actual answers, right? This was my actual results, right? I took the survey. I took it seriously. I got a neutral good gnome rogue with 14 strength, 13 dexterity, 16 constitution, 11 intelligence, 10 wisdom, and 12 charisma. This was the detailed results on the ethics section, which I have a lot of issues with. The class section, which I am the most curious about because this makes so little sense to me. I have no idea what they're talking about here. I don't understand how they measured this one. And here's the race one, which is the most... I am probably even more curious about this one because I don't know. We'll take a look at the questions as we go. But let's start it. Okay, so we are just going to be maximum disagreement, right? I am doing a maximum disagreement. These are not reflecting any of my actual feelings. I am just choosing what seems like the most negative answer possible. So, as far as looks go, I should probably go back and just talk about this for a second. This survey will determine your ability scores, fantasy race, class alignment, and character level, describing what you would be if you were transformed into a Dungeons and Dragons character. This is a long survey, so set aside 15 to 20 minutes to complete all 140 questions. Each question should be answered as accurately as possible by choosing the answer that either describes you the best, or the answer with which you agree the most. The answers have been placed in random order, so read carefully. You must answer every question to get the best possible results. Given the range of ability scores and the number of race, class, alignment, character level combinations, this survey can produce over 1.5 trillion different results. Mimi Kimono, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Well, we're about to see how they do this, right? We're about to see how they do this. So, as they said, the range on the answers is randomized, right? They are counting on the only people taking this being relatively enthusiastic, as opposed to being people that have been imposed upon by an external source asking them for their opinions on who do you think Spider-Man would vote for in the 2024 election. So they have randomized this, right? So we've got a 2x2 grid of answers. So I can't just click the leftmost or the rightmost. I cannot just simply do that. And you can see that, oh, it looks like they haven't really. They've randomized them a bit, right? There's only 4 answers. And so what our answers are, right, are ugly. I am the worst looking member of my social circle. Average, my appearance is normal overall. Attractive, I am the best looking member of my social circle. Or extremely attractive, my appearance aids me in every situation in life. I think there's a couple things to note here. The first is the bias, right? We have 1 below average, 1 average, 2 above average, right? So there's already a biasing towards skewing things towards higher scores, just from the jump. The other thing to be said about this, I don't know why I'm holding up my four fingers like you guys can see. Another thing you might notice is that the clarifying statement, right? They have a clarifying statement here. They go from, I am the best looking member of my social circle, as a clarifying statement, to my appearance aids me in every situation in life. You can simultaneously be so good looking that your appearance aids you in every situation in your life, and also not be the best looking member of your social circle. Those can be simultaneously true. So the clarifying statement here actually makes this a more confusing question. They're also relying on, these are also different things, right? I am the worst looking member of my social circle. I am the best looking member of my social circle, right? These are relative measurements of how you fit in with the people around you. My appearance is normal overall is frankly not clarifying at all on average. And then my appearance aids me in every situation in life is a non-relative statement, right? This is an objective statement. You could actually be quite ugly and have your appearance aid you in every situation in life. That's actually like not unimaginable to me. That's actually quite easy to think about. So like we are 1 question in and we're already running into some design problems. When it comes to memory, I have a really hard time remembering things. Or be plain and forgettable and age exactly Anthemus Egan. Yes, being an extremely average-looking person is an extremely potent ability. And this is something that I think people should immediately run into as a problem with thinking about Dungeons & Dragons, is that Dungeons & Dragons has a charisma stat. And in Dungeons & Dragons rulebooks, they talk about charisma as being partially a factor of attractiveness. But I think basically every thinking person on the planet thinks that charisma is actually a very separable quantity from your physical appearance. Your physical appearance can be something that increases your charisma abstractly by dressing more nicely or just how people might pay attention to you. But we can all obviously talk about people who we think are simultaneously charismatic, but also very ugly. That's a very easy situation to think about. These are each a cheat skill. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is why is the AI kind of why this is a bit of a problem for both from a D&D perspective, but also from the survey's design perspective. Admittedly, as we'll go on, we'll see that this is intended to be a component of your charisma score. Your charisma score is not derived fully from this question. There are 140 questions. Yes, it's your magnetism and your ability to impress upon others. Yes, this is actually true. Mix is pointing out a very good point about the etymology. The charisma is also related to a religious thing, right? But what this is saying, right, is that a result of this in terms of its survey design is that ugly, I am the worst looking member of my social circle. By answering this, I have locked myself out of having a maximum charisma score. And that mixed out of UAV, that's actually a very useful thing to think about in terms of D&D, because remember also in terms of D&D, this is why your charisma stat gives so many paladin powers. I am admittedly a 3.5 guy. I'm a 3.0, 3.5 guy. But it's also your social aptitude, which is funny. If that is an intentional joke about how a concept becomes crossed and awkward and weird, which I have seen done in other RPGs. Dogs in the Vineyard is a very fertile ground for doing these kind of like pun stats, but I do not think this was the intent in D&D. When it comes to memory, sorcerers are magical, Nepo babies, hell yeah. When it comes to memory, I have a really hard time remembering things. I remember most things, though subtle details sometimes elude me. Wow, I said details weird there. I remember just about everything I'm exposed to. I have a photographic memory, and I always remember every detail. I am looking at this, and I struggle to imagine somebody choosing this one unless they are amused by the answer, because this is already a pretty maximalist answer. I remember just about everything I've been exposed to. That feels very maximalist. Admittedly, I say this as a person who I think has a pretty poor memory. Yeah, I know. I was thinking about Nagi exactly. I was exactly thinking about Nagi. I was literally thinking about her. Shout out to Nagi Nagarunsky. Also, hold on. Let me give Wise the shout out. I've got to shout out my friends as we go. There's a couple people who are my friends in here who deserve shout outs, who I haven't gotten to shout out. Wise is a cool dude. I like hanging out with Wise. The following statement most accurately describes me. Also, I should say I'm pretty confident that this is part of intelligence, not part of wisdom, but of course the wisdom-intelligence boundary is famously confusing. The following statement most accurately describes me. I have an extremely difficult time making friends. I make friends fairly easily and engage in small talk with new acquaintances with ease. After meeting me, people go out of their way to keep in touch with me. I make new friends everywhere I go. So far, right, the answer order has been 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I am actually legitimately not sure which of these is more extreme. Legitimately, I don't know which is considered more impressive. I think this is actually, if somebody were to tell me how they felt about how easily they make friends, and somebody said, after meeting me, people go out of their way to keep in touch with me, I think that is actually a much stronger statement than I make new friends everywhere I go. We are, of course, choosing the most negative answers. Yeah, that's how they usually describe it, Mix, but of course people get confused about that because how are you supposed to... It is simultaneously bundling awkwardly and dividing awkwardly, right? Those are. I don't think it is intuitive to most people that memory and deductive ability are the same thing and that they are separable out from judgment. I think that's not obvious to me, at least. That you would bundle two of those, but not the third. Especially because when I think about times where somebody gets described as exceptionally stupid, it's almost always because of them having poor judgment. Right? That is by far and away the number one way I see somebody get described as being like exceptionally unintelligent is because they have exceptionally poor judgment. I am thinking, of course, of Tsar Nicholas II. When it comes to willpower, I have no vices and I've never been tempted by anything. I have no vices, but I've been tempted by things from time to time. I have some vices and I succumb to temptation only rarely. I have a hard time avoiding temptation and give in too often. This is interesting. It's because of the foible of... intelligence needs to be able to pull that out. Hello, Lore Master of Sotek. Hello, Lore Master of Sotek. I have pinned it. I am doing some survey analytics because I'm a sociologist, so I'm doing, I should say, survey critique. Also, hello, Nako-san. Hello, Nako-san. Welcome in. So this is a survey that is designed to, I like some board games. I don't play board games a ton. I really like Innovation and Spirit Island. Those are probably my two favorites. I think the one I'm actually best at least in terms of my observed win rate, is probably A Feast for Odin. Actually, my observed win rate might be better for Innovation, but that's just because I've played a lot of one-on-one. Oh, hell yeah, I'm down, Lore Master. I'm down, Sotek. I'm absolutely down. So like what we're doing, Lore Master Sotek, and to catch other people up, is this is a survey designed to output a D&D character. I am asking people to fill it out and post in the Discord so that we can do a survey of my own people. But I am mostly looking at this as from a survey design standpoint and kind of critiquing the survey design. I do think that some percentage of the problems facing this survey, it should be in the pin. Did the pin go away? No, the pin's still there. The pin is still there. The survey, I think that part of the survey's weakness, and this is what Mix and Wise are chatting about in the side chat. I will be clear here. I am quite negative on D&D, and I'm especially negative on their stat system. I am just flat out, I just flat out do not think it's a good stat system. And I think that the alignment system in particular is a weakness of the entire system. And so I think that those weaknesses make it, make the design of a survey around it very difficult. And I am kind of highlighting that sometimes these questions are written in confusing ways, particularly the answers. I would like them, they do, so they are good in that sense, Mix. I just think that they're much worse than many of the other options. All right, Wise, please have a good night. Please have a good night. I love Wise. I love Wise the AI. I love Wise the AI. But it looks like I think the shoutouts are should be off cooldown by now, so I think I can put in another one for Sotek. By the way, I mentioned earlier Vera rated in, and Vera is an extremely smart lady about Warhammer things. Lore Master of Sotek, as the name suggests, Lore Master of Sotek is an extremely smart person about Warhammer things. He is the host of the Lorebeards podcast. So yeah. Oh yeah. Again, it is worth noting that I'm a negative Nancy about D&D. My stance on RPGs is that I think that it's very hard to convince me to play Dungeons and Dragons specifically, because I have developed a taste for particularly Vincent Baker RPGs, but a lot of like weird indie RPGs. I have a real taste for low stats. I prefer things that have a low number of stats, and where the stats that they do have are genre specific. I like things that are very genre specific. I really like Wicked Ones is my favorite fantasy one. I really like Blades in the Dark. I really like Apocalypse World. I really like Monster Hearts. I love to death Firebrands. Firebrands is my actual favorite. Firebrands is my actual favorite one. I really love, and particularly love, the stats in Polaris. I love Polaris. And of course, I love Paranoia. I love Paranoia. Who doesn't love Paranoia? I feel like you're crazy if you don't love Paranoia. I feel like that's a crazy thing. I've never met somebody who doesn't like Paranoia. but yeah, this is an odd one, right? I have no vices and I've never been tempted by anything is a strange claim, right? Because this is actually, if I did not already know that this is a stat that's asking about either your wisdom or your class, I would not parse this as being a strong statement. I would parse this as a confusing statement, right? Courage, right? Courage is not a question of do you not have fear? Courage is a question of your ability to overcome your fear. I love Monster of the Week. I actually don't like Lancer very much. I've written strategy guides for Lancer, but like I actually think it's not very good. I actually think wise. Yeah. I think Lancer has a bunch of really cool things, especially the art. But I think actually role playing, it's not. I think I want converting it into table time is not actually very good, unfortunately. I should shut up about that because if Hal does another Lancer one, I'd really want to. Anyway. Oh, the system matters so much to me because nobody in my group likes to DM. Everybody in my group hates DMing, so like we like to play. We like to play things that are relatively DM-less, like Wander Home, or ones where the DM is extremely supported by the system, like Apocalypse World. The Apocalypse World, and even more so Blades in the Dark, really support it. If you have a person who doesn't like, if you have struggle to get people to DM in your group, you really should check out those two games. You really, really should check out those two games because they have a lot of in-system support that makes GMing a lot less painful. Rate your persuasiveness. I can make people do almost anything I want them to do. So that's an extreme answer. I have an easy time convincing others to see things my way. That's not necessarily persuasive. I convince others to do things my way some of the time. I have a hard time convincing others to do what I want them to do. Okay, so this is a good example of like a poorly written series of questions, because these are not actually on a linear spectrum. I have an easy time convincing others to see things my way. To see things my way. Seeing things is not doing things. Seeing is not doing. In terms of convincing people to do things, this is stronger than this, right? Oh, is my mouse not being captured properly? There it is. This answer that I believe is supposed to be the weakest answer, and we are targeting the weakest answers, the most negative answers, I should say, actually sounds more positive than I have an easy time convincing others to see things my way. Because again, that has nothing to do with whether or not they do anything. Yeah, I can see what you mean, but I don't care. Yeah, I do like the combat in Lancer. I would rather play Lancer as like a tactical game. There's a person on itch.io who's making a Lancer tactics. This just like Final Fantasy Tactics using Lancer, and I think that's actually a better way to play Lancer than actually just playing it. This is true, Mix, but the other ones are about people actually doing things. Right. What I'm saying is that these are not in agreement. These are not in verbal. You Mix. You know what verb agreement is. You know what verb agreement is. These are not. These series of statements are not in agreement with each other. Is my issue. Yeah. Some of these answer options are bizarre. This is why I'm critiquing it. This is why I did this quiz and I was like, we need to go over this. That's fair. That's fair. In this context, I think it is actually. Okay. Also, Mix and I just have a fundamental disagreement about whether or not changing people's hearts is the most important thing. I feel, Mix, like I change people's minds all the time, and then they do exactly the same things that they would have done otherwise, and they're just unapologetic. They just think that they just live with cognitive dissonance. And I feel extremely powerless because of it. So I view that as a very weak statement. The following statements most accurately describes my health. I am sick most of the time. I seem to get sick as often as most people I know. I have never missed a day of work due to illness. I can't remember ever being sick. I'm going to make a point here that this is actually an incredibly strong answer. There's not like a lot of room above this. Like, you've never missed a day of work due to illness. That's honestly kind of fucked up. That's crazy. That is crazy. I am also just going to make a point that is very, very funny to me, which is that the two answers are practically the same. I can tell the difference because this is literally a longer time frame than this one, but otherwise it doesn't really matter. But the thing that is very amusing to me about this one is that, ooh, that's a good point, Scaldy. That is a good point that Scaldy raises. The other thing I would say is that if you know Nietzsche, you would know that Nietzsche literally titled a chapter of his autobiography, "Why I Am the Healthiest Man Ever." Why I am so healthy. Which, in case people don't know this about Nietzsche, Nietzsche was an extremely sickly man who had to retire from being a lecturer in his 20s because of illness. He was being both incredibly conceited and incredibly sarcastic, because that's Nietzsche for you. Nietzsche is actually a very challenging read. When it comes to stamina, I am able to exercise with no ill effects. I have a hard time running. These are different. I regularly exert myself physically and enjoy doing so. I physically exert myself all day long on a regular basis. These are not in a straightforward line. These are not in a straightforward line, right? These are not clear to me. But Mix, I want to make my 4 intelligence barbarian. I want to make my 4 intelligence barbarian and just be a total nuisance to my team. But I am able to exercise with no ill effects, and I have a hard time running are not really measuring the same things. I know a lot of people who are very healthy who have a hard time running. I think Alpian Allbench isn't much of a runner. Harka cynocephale. Yeah, I mean, this is also part of the survey design, right? It's like I think there should be a lot more room below this, right? When it comes to leadership, I've never been in a leadership position. I perform adequately when I'm the leader. People look to me for direction instinctively. People go out of their way to put me in leadership positions. This is... Hello, Nanomancer. Hello, Nanomancer. I'm behind on the shout-out, so you're getting a shout-out after I shout-out literally the first person in chat today. Karatsun has a migraine. Be nice to her. She's a dear friend. She's a dear, dear friend. But whereas I am in a leadership position, I hate every second of it. A great question-wise, that is an excellent question. It is worth saying that none of these are about... All right, Mix, please have a good night. Have a good night. Sleep well, Mixon. Everybody should also check out Mix. I think my shout-out's still on cooldown, but Mix, I'm sometimes on the Mix show. I am sometimes on the Mix show. He's a smart lad who has smart shows. He does a smart show on the Smart Planet where he is the smart bird. Goodbye, Mix. Enjoy your rest. But yeah, I will say, Wise, that this is actually probably one of the better written questions on the survey so far, because all of these are about experience. So these are all linearly about the same type of thing, which is experience. And they all pertain to the question of actually holding a leadership position. They are not about your feelings about leadership positions, your desire to have leadership positions. I will say that there is a bit of an issue here where this one is I perform adequately when I'm the leader. And these are not about your performance as a leader. These are about whether or not other people want you to be a leader, right? So there is a problem here. These three are do you wind up in leadership positions? And this one is, do you do well once you're in a position? So actually, no, I'm retracting my statement. This is actually worse than I thought it was. This is better written than the previous one, but it's still problematic. It's still problematic and confusing. A person could be a person who people can look for somebody to be a leader instinctively, and they can still be bad at it. I have seen this happen many times. Rate your learning ability. I can learn new things very quickly. I learn as fast as everyone else, it seems. I'm constantly learning new subjects at an astounding rate. I don't know who would answer this other than Nagi. I have a hard time learning new things. This one's okay. This one's okay. Yeah, of course, Neanomancer. When it comes to problem-solving ability, I am sometimes able to figure out a solution for a problem. Oh my god, that's harsh. I think I'm pretty good at solving problems and organizing information. I can easily find solutions to complex problems. My critical thinking skills are absolutely flawless. This one sucks. This one's really bad. This one's really bad. This is, yes, you are correct, Vover, and I have linked it, and you'll be able to see it there. Okay, I think a message got eaten from Scaldy, but there's a very good, there is a very good Brian David Gilbert evaluating the origin of the concept of HP, and the original use of the word HP, hello Tohu, the original concept of the hit point was how many 14-inch naval shells a vessel can take. A 14-inch naval shell is like the size of a car. Yeah, my critical thinking skills are absolutely flawless, said by someone with no critical thinking skills. Yeah, I think that people are probably noticing that there's a huge problem with this, which is that yeah, well, also every living being on the planet has exactly 1 HP. The critical thinking skills are not the same as problem-solving skills. That's what's really hitting me here, right? Am I alone in feeling like that's not measuring the same thing? These are different concepts. I sometimes am able to figure out a solution for a problem is a bafflingly negative thing. But yeah, your problem-solving skills and your critical thinking skills are not the same. Your critical thinking skills are your ability to notice that something is wrong, such as my ability to notice that critical thinking skills and problem-solving skills are not the same ability. These are, in fact, different measurements. And yeah. What's up, Nano? I would hope it's a trap answer. I don't think so. I'm assuming that it is not a secret trap answer. But also, Neanomancer, we are not answering this question sincerely. This is not, I am not doing a run of this survey to get an actual answer, or to get an answer that reflects Almantas. I am doing a run of this survey to see what happens if I disagree with every answer as strongly as possible. We are 7% of the way done now. We have 13 more pages, so I'm gonna go a little bit faster from here on, but it will get more interesting once we get to ethics. I can take punches that would drop... How tough are you? I can take punches that would drop normal people. I've taken massive blows and kept on fighting. I'm not fragile. When people jokingly hit me, they hurt me. That's funny. That is funny. I don't think this is particularly well written, but I think that this answer is very funny. The medium answer stands out again as being a poor answer here. My body is in pretty good shape given my age, is on par with most professional athletes, is in superb shape, is out of shape when compared to everyone else. What the hell is going on here? What the hell is going on here? Also, why is that super cool? Why did you get to fire a 14-inch shell? I'm assuming that it was on in Iowa, but like... Yeah, the question really went 120, 150, 120. I actually don't know what the difference is, which one's stronger between superb and on par with professional athletes. Yeah, I legitimately don't know. I don't know which one's stronger. When it comes to common sense, people seem to know more than I do most of the time. I rarely make the same mistake twice. People come to me for advice. I am exceptionally shrewd and what the hell? I did know that you were a weapons tech, but I was just wondering like what ship you got. Was it just like a shore 14-inch gun, or was it like on a world? Because that's like, we don't use 14 inches. We haven't used 14 inches in a while, have we? I guess we could demothball them for some reason. Yeah, a shore one. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm with you, Tohu Vavohu. That was baffling. And I'm not sure that like knowing things is the same as common sense, or making the same mistake twice. I don't know if any of these are. I don't know if any of these have much to do with common sense. This is the common joke, right? About common sense, right? It's neither common nor sense. Rate your sensory perception ability. I am aware of most things that occur around me. I have the keenest senses of anyone I know. I have extremely poor awareness of my surroundings. I easily spot details that others miss. I just want to also talk about this. Yeah, I do feel like, given the addition of given my age, that's very funny. I like that one. I say that all the time. Also, hello, Blue. Hello, Blue. I definitely will clarify. Like, I feel like I'm in pretty good shape, given my age, right? I feel like I'm in somewhat better shape than average for a person of my age. But this one's crazy. These two are the two worst ones so far, I would say. A 5K in less than 30 minutes is pretty good, Nano. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's why I don't like it as sense either. I think common sense is a very silly concept. I am aware of most things that occur around me is an objective statement, right? 18 minutes for a 5K is very good. I have extremely poor awareness of my surroundings. These are objective. I have the keenest senses of anyone I know. I easily spot details that others miss. Top ejection guns versus side eject guns. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I know that like actual very good athletes. If you're under 30 is pretty good shape for somebody over the age of like 25. Sub 16 is like actual athletics. But sub 18 is very good for somebody who is not like a real athlete. Sub 16 is believable for like a very good runner. Yeah, I've seen sub 16 5Ks. I've never done one. But I have the keenest sense of anyone I know, and I easily spot details that others miss. My first thought, I'm not going to lie, when I think I am aware of most things that occur around me, I can't be the only person who's like, so do you mean like you can like, you're like situationally aware of like a bug under a rock? Like that's where my mind goes, is like all the little critters around you and all the things, all the leaves rustling in the forest. This feels like I am aware of most things that occur around me. Feels like my first thought is Dr. Manhattan. Hello, McAllister. Yep. This is why I want to dissect it. Isn't that just being distracted while working? I mean, yeah, this is a trade-off that people have for hyper awareness and focus are something of a trade-off. There is something of a trade-off there. It's not straightforwardly, you can't always just turn it off. I can lift as much as a person of my gender and age should be able to lift. A lot less than I should be able to lift. I am weak. Hell yeah. Noticeably more than most people I know. I am strong. An astounding amount of weight. I engage in extensive weight training. These don't really make a lot of sense, right? And right, so this is an evaluation of how much you should be able to lift, but this one doesn't ask, but these are about other people. This one's about other people. 11 charisma as a sorcerer. Rough stuff. I can't run a mile, but I can swim nonstop for exactly wise. This is a fundamental weakness that it inherits from Dungeons and Dragons, right? We'll go back again to look at my stats here. I only have a 13 dex, right? And I have a 13 dex, I think primarily because as people know, I do have really good fine motor skills, but I don't actually have very good reflexes. And Dex has to account for both of those. So I wind up having a low dexterity score, which makes me bad at lockpicking because I have slow reflexes. Right? Very funny. A very funny way that this all plays out. And sprinting might have been an effect on here. I don't know if sprinting is part of Dex or part of Constitution or Strength. I would think it would be part of Strength myself. But yeah, it is, and this is why this survey is going to be intrinsically poorly designed. When it comes to sprinting, I am slower than most people I know. I am neither slow nor fast compared to the people I know. I am faster than most people I know. I am faster than everyone else. I think this is a better written question than average for the survey, because at the very least, 3 of them are about everyone I know, and the 4th one is a straightforward expansion off of the next most extreme answer. I think that's actually this one's actually kind of okay. The survey is still poorly designed, so both of these things are true. I think it's poorly designed, and I think it's also philosophically. I do think D&D is poorly designed. I think that the poor design of D&D prevents this survey from getting above a certain point, but there are also poorly designed questions inside the survey. I think that both of these things are true. The following statement most accurately describes me. My insight concerning life is almost supernatural. My gut feelings are always right. I have a hard time judging other people's intentions. Sometimes my gut feelings are right. Again. Yeah, that's true. That's Toho. That's true, Toho. That's correct. That's correct. I'm saying that it is a limitation that is placed on the survey that is not the survey's fault. It is the fault of it is the fault of them choosing the type of purpose they have. It is a philosophical scale fault, rather than a tactical or design fault. Judging other people's intentions is not the same as gut feelings. And insight concerning life is not gut feelings either. Very confusing. Very confusing. Like, I would read this as charisma, these two as wisdom, and this as intelligence. You got a gnome? I got gnome as well. It'll be very funny if VTubers all get gnomes. By the way, there's a place where I'm taking answers, and I will be adding them. I'll be inputting them into a spreadsheet when I get to the end. When it comes to hand-eye coordination, I'm horrible at video games. I could be an Olympic marksman. I'm about average. I can juggle well. On my Discord server, there's a channel that I've called After Streams. Put them there. Put them in After Streams, because otherwise this whole place is going to get clogged up like crazy. Please do put them there. Yeah, but what kind of video games, right? I don't know that you can be so... Imagine being so bad at hand-eye coordination that you can't play Victoria. Like imagine that. I'm just imagining the guy who's just like constantly fat fingering all of their inputs in Victoria. I don't think being really bad at yeah, this is another thing. I do think that this was an interesting one to put it, of I can juggle well and I can be an Olympic marksman, which, like, they don't feel like these should be measuring the same thing. Oh, thank you, Lore Master. Again, I will be checking them when I get to the end. Yeah, exactly, Wise. Exactly. Being so bad at hand-eye coordination, you can't play Stellaris or Slay the Spire or Balatro. And So I think this is kind of a funny question, but at least like I can understand that juggling well and being an Olympics marksman feel like they are different measurements. This statement accurately describes me. I had the highest GPA in my class. And hello, Cat Deer. Hello, Cat Deer. Good to see you here. I had the highest GPA in my class. I was a good student. I consistently made the A/B honor roll. I was an average student. I had decent grades. I was a bad student. I had a hard time keeping up. These are funny. This is relatively straightforward because at least these are all measuring how you were as a student. I do think it is actually theoretically, but not likely, possible to be simultaneously a bad student and have the highest GPA in your class. I do think that'd be very funny. I would actually read the character. I would read the manga about that character. I would think that would be very funny. But it is definitely not typical. So let's see. This one's not the worst one. Obviously, there's the question of like implying that D&D characters have GPAs, which is very funny. The following most accurately describes my tolerance for alcohol. I can drink all night and never get drunk. I have a hard time getting drunk when I drink. I never have a hangover. I have a normal tolerance for alcohol. Sometimes I have hangovers from drinking. I'm gonna give Neanomancer a shout out because I like Neanomancer. I like him. Just shouting out my buds as we go along here. Neanomancer's a good dude. He's on my stream frequently. He was the magical cat who was on my stream last night. I become drunk even when I consume small amounts of alcohol. My hangovers are horrible. I'm going to make a note here that this is one of those ones where I am genuinely kind of wondering if the person who wrote this doesn't drink. Well, and from nowhere, having a higher alcohol tolerance isn't strictly a protection from hangovers. Like, you can both simultaneously not get drunk and have a horrible hangover. Like, those are not, strictly speaking, going to be related. They're generally going to correspond. But not intrinsically. And it's, for me personally, like, there's definitely a relationship between the type of alcohol and how bad of a hangover I get. Not so much how drunk I get, but definitely how hungover I get. And if like, red wines will just give me a hangover basically instantaneously. I could be stone sober and have a hangover. Like, it's not great. So this is not like, they're bundling statements that don't strictly speaking bundle that could distinguish from each other. Otherwise I think it's okay. I do think this is once again suffering from the problem of they want to have 4 layers, but most of the time they actually only have 3, and then they have a trouble coming up with how to describe their superlative answer. We're on page 3! I'm going to move a little bit faster this page. The following statement describes the amount of physical labor I regularly perform. Very little. This is kind of interesting in that 3 of them relate to job, and then there's another one that's not about your job. I engage in difficult physical labor all during the week. This is actually different. When it comes to reflexes, my reflexes have saved my life on more than one occasion. I am extremely quick. I'm extremely slow. I've never noticed whether I'm fast or slow. My reflexes have saved my life on more than one occasion. I think that's true of me, and I also think I have bad reflexes. I think this is true of a lot of people who also have bad reflexes. If you drive a car, folks, if you drive a car, the chance that you have nearly gotten yourself killed and saved yourself via reflexes is extremely high. This is a very normal thing to experience, and they're acting like that's an exceptional thing. That's very silly. If I punched someone as hard as I could, they would probably laugh at me. Good answer. I might hurt them. I would definitely hurt them. I might kill them. Yeah, if your reflexes didn't save your life, you might be answering. You wouldn't be answering this quiz. I agree, Blue. I find driving very scary. I think driving is very scary, and people don't respect it enough. Uh, the following statement most accurately describes my athletic ability. I was picked to play for a professional sports team. That's a strong statement. When picked for a team, I am always picked first when others know of my ability. Okay, Saitama. I have some athletic ability, but it isn't noteworthy. When picked for a team, I am always picked last when others know of my ability. This is cute. I like this one. Now we're getting into questions that I don't know how to answer on our spectrum. I am going to answer right the whole way. Yeah, but what kind of professional sport? This the Magic the Gathering team. It's supposed to be fragile, tough, great stamina, physically agile, weak. Why not? I can't answer bad. I want to use bad answers on this one. My friends would say that I am. Let's go with wild and crazy. For my height, my frame is. Let's go with very thick. I seem to have a knack for something else. For my gender, I am very short. Why not? And then all right answers. In high school, I was something else. These questions are more interesting, I think, from an actual design standpoint, but they're less... Which, I should say, they're better questions. They're questions I like more, but that doesn't make them questions that are fun to criticize. It's better to take a stand for what you believe in or try to see both sides of an issue. Actually, kind of an interesting question, right? It's better to be rich or powerful. Actually, kind of an interesting question. I use my personal... I'm just picking the right side for all these. It's better to confront your enemies using guile or wits. Animals are delicious, a thing that I definitely do not agree with. I rely more on my common sense, also not true of me. It would be interesting to have a supernatural experience. False. What an insane thing to say. Scientific laws, Eastern religion. This is funny. What do you prefer, New Age religion or Eastern religion? This is funny. They asked this question a couple of times. Let's see if it's on here. That's a couple of questions about religious beliefs on here. New Age versus Eastern is like a funny way to put it. Was more important in life, wealth, honor. I hate the city. Would you cheat on an important test? No. It's better to call for reinforcement? Sure. More confident at play. Exotic pets. In the country. Help people live their lives. There's not a wrong way to do anything. Rather spend 2 hours jogging. Why not? I hate technology. Which do you prefer, Eastern religion or Western religion? Right? They've got these religious questions that I'm really, really curious as to what they indicate about you. It would be really funny if Eastern versus Western religion was part of the law-chaos divide. Or the good-evil divide. I'd rather spend 2 hours at church in my Eastern religion. Sure, that's how that works. It's easy for me to learn by studying. And here we go. New Age versus Western. The Enlightenment. Oh, here we go. 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 Let's give myself a little kanji practice on the side. The Shakers. You're thinking of the Shakers, Scaldy. Family elders are expressing disapproval of you to the rest of the family. Do you accept criticism and change your ways? Do you seek a compromise? I'm pretty sure it's the Shakers is who you're thinking of. Then I don't know. There's a couple. I can't remember the other ones. The Shakers is the main one, is the most famous one I can think of. Besmirch the reputation of those expressing disapproval as you ignore their scorn. Silence them any way you can. I don't know. Let's go with this. Silence them any way you can. Would you give up a promising career to aid the family in a time of need? Whatever. Would you betray a family member to advance your own career? Yes. Do you respect the leader of your family? They're out of touch with reality. Judaism is still around, Tohu. If your family had arranged your marriage to someone disgusting, would you subtly work against the union, I guess, or flee? You're estranged from a family member. On his deathbed, he seeks reconciliation. Do you refuse to speak to him? Well, he did say all the practitioners died. A powerful but corrupt lawyer. Condemn your friend and take the money. We're evil maxing here. I have an abundance of close friends. I have few. Hold on. I try to keep people at distance. Do you become close to friends or hold most people at a safe distance? I try to keep people at distance. There we go. I'm trying to answer negatively as much as possible. I've done so more than once, and I've gotten away with it. How do you view a lifelong commitment to a single romantic partner? Such a romance would be ideal. Why not? Let's give them chaotic answers here. Do you insist on repayment when lending money to friends? I read about contract. Are you still in touch with childhood friends? Yes, we correspond regularly. Why not? Do you donate time? I don't as much as I can. Nation is at war. I'm just answering more or less randomly on these ones. Defend the area with the rest of your community. If you're injured and required immediate assistance, would members of your hometown agree to help? Yes, because they know I do the same for them. Do you respect the laws of your community? I don't pay attention to authorities. They've got no hold on me. Do members of your hometown shun or mock you? Yes, their small minds can't handle anyone outside the norm. Only if no one else could handle the job. Your country is racked with famine. Would you share what food you have with others? Sure. If offered enough money, would you covertly assassinate the president? Yes. I've done similar things before. Fuck it. Fuck it. A rogue state unleashes a laboratory-created disease on the nation. Flee the country. Do you respect the lawful authority? Yes, I would support the government wholeheartedly. If you're offered a reasonably lucrative deal, yes, because this nation could be stand to knock down a peg. Do you rely on the government to enforce property rights and contracts? Yes, because maintaining the rule of law is more important than any individual disputes. If imprisoned, would you kill or injure others to escape? No, those guards are just doing their job. This is a stupid answer, by the way. No, except for minor wounds will heal easily. How do you know that? How do you know that? Is a supervisor's right to treat his employees badly? Yes, the employee should be glad they have a job. You've accidentally hit someone while driving a car. I try to pin the crime on another. If guilty, would you confess to a crime? Yes, because it's my duty. We're being completely lunatics here. Would you express revolutionary political opinion if threatened with punishment? No, politics aren't worth getting worked up about. While traveling on vacation, you witness an assault. You are ordered to testify, which will cut your vacation short significantly. Deny you saw anything. What's the best use of wealthy? To stay on to help the destitute and less fortunate. When confronted with beggars, I give generously. If you counterfeit $100 bills, I'd buy as much as I can. You have 2 job offers. One pays more, but the other is steady and secure. Which do you choose? Then I really don't know, Scaldy. Again, the Shakers is the one I'm thinking of. There's a couple other religions that have died off because of old age. Usually indigenous religions, but I don't know which ones. One pays more, but the other is steady and secure. Which do you choose? Definitely the secure job, because I plan for the long term. What's the best path to wealth? Matter of luck. If you accept a job or contract, my word is my bond. How old are you? 88 years or older. For my age, I have a lot of experience. Actually, let's put this one to 22. Actually, I'm going to put it on 88, because 88 is funny. Here we go! Here we go! Here we go! This is funny as heck. This rules. This rules. We'll get back and discuss the results after the ads. But this rocks. I will see you guys in a few minutes. All right, I am back. Thank you all for your patience. Thank you all for your patience. I was eating a little bit. Also, I'm sorry if I didn't say hello to Mega Mighty and Magnetically Motivated. Hello. Yeah, Mega Mighty, you were making some pretty good points. You were correct. I got Chaotic Evil. Chaotic evil characters is whatever their greed, hatred, and lust for destruction drive them to do. They are hot-tempered, vicious, arbitrarily violent, and unpredictable. If they are simply out for whatever they can get, they are ruthless and brutal. If they are committed to the spread of evil and chaos, they're even worse. Gnosticism. Oh, okay. Yeah. The other one that I think about is like a famous extinct religion is the Manichaeans, but the Manichaeans were genocided. The Manichaeans actually are kind of interesting to me because they had to be genocided to completion 3 different times. They were genocide to completion by the early Christian church. They were genocide to completion during the Islamic expansions and during the early Islamic conquests. And then they were genocided again to extinction by the Ming Dynasty. It was an extremely widespread religion. There was a religion that was fairly popular all across North Africa and all the way into the Persian Plateau and into China. And then finally managed to get genocided multiple separate times out completely off of the planet. It's very interesting. And so thankfully their plans are haphazard, and any groups they join or form are poorly organized. Typically, chaotic evil people can be made to work together only by force, and their leader lasts only as long as they can thwart attempts to topple or assassinate them. Chaotic evil is sometimes called demonic, because demons are the epitome of chaotic evil. Chaotic evil is the best alignment you can be, because it combines self-interest and pure freedom. However, chaotic evil can be a dangerous alignment because it represents the destruction not only of beauty and life, but also of the order on which beauty and life... And then it just cuts off. They didn't finish the sentence there. I am human, the most adaptable of the common races. Short generations, a penchant for migration and conquest. Also, hello, Zamio. Devils are lawful evil in D&D, or at least they were in 3.5. Maybe I should increase the price on that one. Warlocks are driven by an insatiable need. Oh wait, cut there. You've never heard that? I don't do it too often. I don't do the ASMR stuff too often. I don't do the ASMR voice too often because it's a little bit upsetting for some people. But I do like to be able to break it out from time to time because I think it's very, very funny. But yeah, warlocks are driven by an insatiable need for knowledge and power, which compels them to enter into a pact with an otherworldly being. Oh, they Ralsei. Yeah. I wasn't even sure if I was going to do it. Nope, you redeemed it. I honor my redeems. Cat Tier, I genuinely don't know if that's a positive reaction or a negative reaction. I genuinely don't know if that's you being upset by it or amused by it. Zamiel, we are going over a quiz results. I take it that means it was positive that you liked that, didn't you, Cat Deer? Cat Deer was very generous with me at Offkai and shared some very nice whiskey with me, some nice Japanese whiskey with me. So I am. It was a very positive first impression. It was a very positive first impression. So I'm grateful. So you get a little bit of free ASMR. Yeah. I actually think it may have been a repackaged Glenlivet, but it was a Final Fantasy XIV whiskey. But I do think it was actually Glenlivet. I do think it was actually Scotch. So they did say it was Japanese, but I do think it was. I just think it was repackaged. I don't think it was repackaged Scotch. It was pretty good. That stuff usually goes like $80 a bottle. It's not bad. I am going to make the point that if I am reading, I don't know this because I think this is based on 5th edition. So somebody who's a 5th edition head will have to tell me. I don't think so in 3rd edition, a warlock with 8s in all of their internal stats, all of their non-physical stats, literally can't cast spells. Is that still true? There's no spellcasting base limit. Okay. It was a really dumb mechanic in 3rd edition. It was just a dumb mechanic. They shouldn't have had that ever. I know 4th edition didn't have that mechanic, but okay, so I can cast spells, which just suck. This is not a character sheet at all. I have linked it in the pinned. In the pinned, this is a survey result. I took a survey and I was doing some survey critique. That's what we spent the last hour doing, was doing a critique of this D&D character survey. And what I'm going to do after this is I am going to analyze the results. I've given it to people so that people can give me all of their results. We can look at my alignment results, and they're all over the place. Warlock Barbarian has 0 overlap on stats, and Barbarians can't cast while raging. That just makes it even funnier that I'm level 10. That just makes that even funnier. Oh yeah, I tied on Barbarian and Warlock. Yep, total tie. Total tie. That is really funny that I fully tied. I fully tied. It's really funny that I'm level 10. Every other result I've ever seen from this is level 4. Me being level 10 is like so strong. Is so freaking strong. So let me take a look who has posted results so far. Okay, so I'm gonna disable streamer mode. So let me get Sotek did not get to post his the way that Sotek there we go. There I see it. Sotek. I didn't actually even know that this thing did multi-classing. I didn't even know that was a thing, so I will have to adjust the character sheet. So let's see, all negatives. Let's put in all negatives. So I got Chaotic Evil. Got to insert another class 1, class 2. Warlock, Barbarian, Human, all 8s. All 8s. And let me resize some of these. Let me resize a couple of these columns. We don't need these columns to be that big. Okay, and let me move the window slightly down a little bit so you can see the headers. Okay, so, there we go. Yeah, it's if you tie the scores at multi-classes. So let's pull up. So Lore Master of Sotek was the first person to submit. Thank you, Lore Master of Sotek. Got a Lawful Good, Paladin, Wizard, another great series of ones. Yep, you can. Gnome, 12 Strength, 14 Dex, 13 Constitution, 12 Int, 14 Wisdom, 14 Charisma. Okay. Not the worst stat spread. Floral Inari is posting a Chaotic Good. I should also post the levels. I didn't really think about that very hard. So let's insert before level. So I got 4, then 10, then 4, then 3. Sorcerer. Human. 17 Strength. 14, 12, 15, 16, 11. Floral Inari has some crazy stats. It might be based primarily on that. So the fact that I got to 88 years old with the worst stats on the planet and a barbarian. Oh, it should be the pinned. Did you dismiss the pinned? But it's that. Hug a Tree is a Lawful Good level 6. Yeah, don't worry about it. I already reposted it. Monk, Elf, 13, 15, 12, 15, 15, 15. Hug a Tree's got a high opinion of themselves. I'm also gonna I'm going to move the columns around a little bit. Anthemis is lawful neutral. Level 5. A dwarf. A ranger. 9, 13, 11. Anthemis has a high opinion of their intelligence, I see. 16 wisdom, 14 charisma. Snoozy. What have you got, Snoozy? Snooze. What Snooze got for us? Chaotic evil. You actually got chaotic evil. Oh my god. Oh my god. Snoozy has poor self-esteem. Snoozy has poor self-esteem here. That's really funny, Snoozy. From nowhere is neutral good. Level 2. Oh, hold on. Human bard cleric. Actually, no, this gives me an opportunity. Seems like Snooze is a very bad girl. Okay, so 13, 12, 11, 8, 9 from For Nowhere. Blue is neutral good, level 6, Hoffling. You can clip that if you want. I'm not going to stop you. You just want to clip it for your own edification. Ranger. 12, 13, 11, 14, 12. Okay, that's who's answered so far. That is who has answered so far. This is a relatively long survey, so I'd understand if we don't get everybody as many answers as we get for the last time I did this, where I did the Dark Triad test. I do kind of want to get Cat Deer Snooze's Dark Triad results now. I'm kind of curious about that. But let's disambiguate, right? Let's do a disambiguate. I'm trying to. I haven't used this function in a while. Equals left. B2. Yep. Okay. And then LC, EG, and then equals right, B2. Yeah, we just need the right function. We don't need to specify. So we've already disambiguated that one. So hide that column. I will pull it up. It is long, Zamiel. It is long. I can find the Dark Triad test. That's actually pretty easy. So it's IDR Labs, Dark Triad. Should we do IDR? Should we do open psychometrics? Let's do open psychometrics. They're slightly better, as a rule. This was a much faster quiz. This is much shorter. So let's see. So we've got levels, we've got stats. So first of all, let's make a chart. Insert chart. And we don't really want that one. I also always prefer XY scatter. Sort by X values. Hold on. Insert chart. Let's see. I think we just want to scatter. And we want it the other way. I always get annoyed about this. Data series in rows. What? This is not helpful at all. I guess this is about as good as we're going to get. See, this is useless, right? Suck shit. Why is it doing it like this? It's really fighting me on. So let's just do normal stats. Let's just do some normal stats. Median, mean, max, min. Just do some standard stats here. Equal median I2 to I16. Pin those right there so we don't create problems. Oh, Kyle F, thank you for the follow. I saw that you posted in my Discord before you followed, which is pretty funny to do. Oh wait, no, these aren't supposed to be medians. Change the function to mean. Change the function to max. Hold on, what the heck happened here? That should render just fine. Someone told you to. Oh, cat deer. Wait, what name? Come on, labor calc. There we go. Max minimum or low, right? Should be low. No. Min. And let's leave that alone. I'll figure out if there's another thing I want to be in there. And one decimal place should be good. Okay. And let me put in Kyle F's results. But welcome in, Kyle. It's a pleasure to have you here. Kyle F. What did you have as your results here? I gotta move some things around. Chaotic, neutral, level 4, human, rogue, 14, 15, 12, 16, 14, 14. Okay. So, unsurprisingly, my horrible mutant-ass character was the minimum score on basic, set the minimum score on everything. Not surprising at all. Let's take a look. What else are we seeing in here? So, let's see. Race stats. Let's do this a little bit. What's a better way to format this? My formatting is always going to look like absolute chaos while I'm doing early statistical analysis. It always looks like absolute shit. Absolute nonsense. You're at least smart, Cat Deer Snooze. I am very amused by the fact, Cat Deer, that you chose that you are physically weak on every single possible option you had for that. That was very funny to me. And your character at least has your highest stat in your main skill set, in your main thing for your class. you did at least choose that. Meanwhile, I have well, I've got no good stats, but a couple of people have if you look at Floral Inari's worst stat is his most important stat. I think that's deeply funny. His fundamental power stat is his weakest stat. Hold on, let's do this. So human, gnome, elf, dwarf, halfling. I don't know if I think half-orc is an option. So let's do count if equals count if, sorry. And then there we go. Classic move there, and let me just put some pins there. Just some quick pinning, and don't pin the second part. So 4 humans, 2 gnomes, 2 elves, 1 dwarf, 1 halfling so far, and 0 half-orcs, assuming that's an actual option. And then let's do a class survey. So rogue, warlock, paladin, sorcerer, I already have that. Druid, ranger, monk. No tieflings. No warforged. I don't know what other races there are. In after streams. After streams is the place to crowd up with this kind of stuff. I will put Tohu on here. Did I put Paladin in here? Thank you. Thank you. Ranger, Wizard, Bard. I didn't put in Bard. Hello, Ditigris. Hello, Ditigris. Barbarian. I didn't put in Barbarian. Now let's see if this works. Count if... comma... There we go. Let's see. If I did this correctly, we'll have 1 barbarian. I did it correctly. We got 1 barbarian. Druid is also worth stat for there. Yeah, absolutely, Ditigris. Absolutely, Ditigris. I enjoy it. I enjoy it. So Tohu, I am deeply unsurprised that Tohu is neutral good. Level 5. Halfling, Druid. 10, 13, 14, 15, 11, 15. Level is based off of the age plus experience question, which is deeply funny because I'm pretty confident. Did we have a cleric? We do have a cleric. We do have a cleric. Thank you. Which is pretty funny because I am pretty confident that in terms of actual performance. Thank you. No, we've got monk. There's monk. I'm pretty sure that in terms of actual performance, the level is the most important thing. So my hideous mutant that disagrees with everything is the most powerful one here. Would probably the warlock barbarian with no stats. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Vera, hell yeah, Vera. What is Vera? God knows. Neutral, good, level 5. Oh, half elf. I didn't. And they wrote it weird. I forgot about that one. Bard, rogue. 15, 14, 13, 15, 14, 17. Okay, I forgot about half elf. And they write half elf weird, so yeah. Yeah, no, she got great stats. She got great stats. Yeah, I just said that my guy is old as fuck, so he can get into barbarian rage at level 10. I don't know what that does in 5th ed. In 3rd ed, that would be really powerful. Uh, in 3rd ed, that would be really, really powerful. Level 10 is really strong. And having level 10 barbarian rage is, would make up for a lot of things. Presumably a Barb 5, Warlock 5. This is true. This is true. And given the way that Barbarian and Warlock interact, hello, Romarkens. Oh, and actually Scald has got a good point. Yeah. It looks like it's mostly based off of the age plus experience question. And because I said I was 80 years old and have maximum and I have more experience than average, it appears that it made me level 10, which if it had made me a straight barbarian, would probably have made me a very scary character, but because I have multi-classed warlock barbarian, it's probably terrible. It is probably terrible. Yes, it is a quiz. It is a quiz. Hold on, I can improve this a little bit. I improve this a little bit just in terms of okay, that's better. That's better. McAllistrine, okay. McAllistrine. You're effectively a level 5 warlock with a ton of extra HP. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That rocks. It sucks so bad. It's really funny. Hold on, I need to... There we go. That's much better. Lawful neutral, data entry, bleh. Halfling, druid. We got a lot of druids here. How did you get a 5 in dexterity? What the hell? Legitimately, I thought I answered the worst possible things. I legitimately thought I got the absolute minimum possible stats the game will let this quiz will let you have. What the hell? Yeah, how did you pull this off? What did you... McAllistrine, are you going to be okay? Did you, like... Are you dropping your baby? Did you drop your baby? Did they ask you if you dropped your baby and you said yes? Warlocks have some of the only access to infinite spellcasting, so you could probably just end up taking a ton of spell like Create Wide and Disguise Self. Heck yeah. Darkness is powerful. Is Darkness primarily a non-combat spell? Because I have played Dominions much more recently than I've played Dungeons and Dragons. I've never played 5th edition. And in... Oh, okay. Yeah, because in, it's one of the more powerful battlefield spells. No, I shouldn't say one of the most powerful ones, because there's some crazy ones. You find your results embarrassing somehow? I mean, to a certain extent, you are revealing... This is the thing that I was leaving as the unspoken thing about what is the most important part of your... How you answer this is, do you think that you are better than other people? Because, let's look at my answers, right? Let's look at my answers. I gave myself a 14 strength, a 13 dexterity, a 16 constitution, an 11 intelligence, a 10 wisdom, and a 12 charisma. And of course I'm doing spreadsheet skeletons. Of course I'm doing spreadsheets. And this is because, if you ask me questions about how I think I am relative to other people, I am largely going to say that I'm about the same as other people. I do think that I am tougher and I get sick less frequently than most people. But I do think that there's a if you 1000 skeletons, you can answer the quiz too. It's a very long quiz. I will warn you on that one. It's a very long quiz. You're good on int charisma, okay at con, otherwise largely okay. But yeah. I tend to think that my physical fitness is pretty strong, and this is largely because it's very difficult for me to deny the fact that, to be honest, if I was not doing calligraphy on stream, I probably would have given myself a lower dex score. If I wasn't a runner, I would definitely have gotten a lower constitution score. And those are just very hard to deny things. When I think about how I do with like intellectual and social pursuits, I just assume I'm average, right? I just assume I'm average. Most people are. And I'm sock. Yeah, video game ranks. So I think I am, like I said, I tend to think of myself as a pretty typical person. Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, no. Also, hold on a second here. McAllistrine, did you somehow manage to screenshot a crack in your phone? Okay. Yeah, based on relative to other people I interact with, and I think I think that most of the people I interact with are charming and intelligent, I suppose. I think I rarely interact with somebody who I think are lovely people. Yeah, I don't remember how I answered those ones. Means the screen is going out. Oh no, I'm sorry, McAllistrine. McAllistrine getting bad news left and right here. I don't know about that, Hugger Tree. I don't know about that because I've worked a lot of jobs that are not academic. I have worked quite a few non-academic jobs. I don't think I'm smarter than other people. This is something that I think is a problem I have with the core premise in Dungeons and Dragons and a lot of systems, is that I am not impressed with the distinctions between people on the realm of intelligence or wisdom or charisma. I think everybody is more or less the same. And some people are more skilled in specific narrow ways, but I don't think that some people are just smarter as a rule. I don't think that really makes sense to me. I just don't feel like I can look at somebody's capabilities as mathematics or even studying and like their knowledgeability. You got impatient for your screenshot to transfer over to your actual phone. Amazing. If this is you taking a photo of your phone on another camera, I'm actually really impressed with how level you did this. This is like really impressively level. If anybody is looking at this screenshot of McAllistrines that we're making fun of, like the line on the red line on the top is like really parallel to the line of the file. It's very, you got this like really head on and really even. I'm pretty impressed. There's like no warping. I struggle to get that. I've given up on trying to get that because the calligraphy subreddit told me to stop, that it wasn't like worth it. It wasn't worth the payoff. I mean, you got level 5. I am surprised by lawful neutral. I didn't do alignment statistics. Let's do alignment statistics. So lawful and 1 chaotic, and then good and 2, I hate these terms, evil. And I'm going to have to hold on. Let's show columns here. Equal concat. C11 comma D11. There we go. There we go. That's a mess, but we ball. No, hide column. And then we'll just do a full inventory, right? LG, NG, CG, LN, NN. I don't think we got any NNs. CN, LE, LE, NEC. There we go. So, oh, hold on. This is annoying. Equal count if C to C16. I'm gonna have to change some things here. C16, comma L. We're going to get run out of some. We're gonna run out of space here. I need to change some things here. 1,000 skeletons. I'm going to have to change all of these formulae in a few seconds, which is a little bit annoying. Insert rows above. Count if to F 21. Numlock. Count if F21, so that's for those, and then to 21. These ones are not organized for shit. And then to 21. These ones are all going to be custom. That's annoying. So hold on, there might be an easier way. There might be an easier way. There might be an easier way. 21. 21. 21. And 21. And let's propagate. All good so far. No 18s. No 18s. The way that's written is weird. The way that half elf is written is weird. And actually, here's something. I might be doing this the wrong way. This might be the wrong way. It's just so common. It's literally one of the least common ones. So the party face for a class that doesn't even get any, doesn't get combat power from it. Incredible. Mix is level 6. Human, rogue, 11, 11, 11, 15, 13, 14. And skeletons is lawful, neutral, level 2. Skeletons, are you somehow young? That's fucked up. I feel like that's demented. I mean, so far humans have been the most often. Yes, I just mean, yeah, humans have been by far. Huh. I only know 3rd edition, so I don't know what's Yeah, I am really curious as to how they determine race. That feels like absolute chaos to me. Equal count if C2, C21, comma, N. Forgot about that part. count if C2, comma, C20, no, 2C21, comma, C. Something's wrong in here. C21, that's what's wrong. Is that really true? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's super weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, that's true. That was accurate. I coded those correctly. Count if D2, D21, no, D21, comma, G. D2, D21, 21, comma, N, D2, D21, comma, E, and then equal, yeah, where's no 18s? Nobody's managed to get an 18. Nobody's managed to chat it up with 18. Skellingtons does not agree with being cast as lawful neutral. I understand. I understand why you wouldn't want to be cast as lawful neutral. It just to me that the ranger one is kukris over a furry paw, and there's something deeply funny to me about that. I don't know. Something's amusing to me about that. It does depend a little bit on the which hypothesis of alignment you're using, because being true neutral in second edition was really hard. Like, functionally speaking, being true neutral at all was a like once in a generation power. Thank you, Niano. Niano, it's so funny that you got neutral good. Yeah, no, the example in the second edition rulebook for what it meant to be true neutral was that if you are witnessing a war between like dwarfs, between like goblins and humans, you should switch sides between the goblins and the humans as soon as one side starts winning. You should always switch to the losing side as soon as one side starts winning. True neutral in the second edition rulebook was extremely stupid. Like in order, like the default assumption in the it's lawful evil. I saw it. Yeah, exactly. Elf, monk, wizard, and 13, 12, 17, 13, 16. I mean, in again, in second edition, it very much was, right? In second edition, it very, very much was. The true neutral was very much about, like, the default assumption in second edition was that a person was constantly on a razor's edge where small actions would cause you to fall yawning into the pit of being evil or chaotic. They are all arguing about 3.5. I will confess to being such an old head that I kind of tapped out of most of the internet arguments about D&D around the time 3.5 came out. I don't know. I do think that it's kind of interesting is, yeah, good is following what the good god wants. Yeah. This is definitely a change, I would say, to what I am used to thinking about as like canonical Dungeons and Dragonsing. My experience with it was that, hold on, let's see, format. I always forget where this option is in this piece of software. I want to freeze cells. I'm in Libra Calc, which I don't use this option in super often. Freeze cells. Freeze first row. There we go. That's so much better. Oh my god, that feels better. This survey is funny. And I also spelled wizard wrong. Uh, my worst stat is charisma, and I got warlock. Warlocks are charisma based, right? Or are they intelligence based? I legitimately can't remember. Uh, uh, oh, they're int based. Okay, just because you're shorter than average makes you a halfling. I think I chose shortest, and I got human still. I don't know what they did there. Oh, they're charisma based. Okay. Yeah, Scaldy. Yeah, Scaldy. Yeah, but mixed. But if they don't have spellcasting based on, don't have scat stealing based on that, this like, you're just not playing D&D anymore at that point. You're just playing a different RPG. Like at that point, you may as well just literally play sorcerer. Okay. Raquel. See, this is the real confirmation that I do have legitimate true lurkers. Hey, we got our first true neutral. That somebody who I do not see in chat answering the quiz. Well, cleric. First cleric as well. 11, 13, 12, 15, 12. Okay. So here's something I'm finding kind of interesting, right? We're already seeing something of an interesting trend here. Int is consistently a higher stat than anything else. It is both a higher mean and median, which I don't think should surprise people too much. And wisdom followed closely by wisdom. Followed by wisdom, followed very closely by charisma. And then our lowest stat overall is constitution. Despite the number underneath the stat. So this is blue gets to learn something cursed about Dungeons and Dragons. The number underneath the stat is the actual real stat. If you have a stat of 16 that you rarely actually use 16, the +3 is the thing you actually are using most of the time in gameplay. Your real stats are the numbers that are underneath. So that +3 would be if it's strength, for example, that +2 strength. If you have 14 strength, you are rarely using 14 on anything. You are using +2 for like when you hit somebody. So that's kind of what it is. It's a kind of curse thing. The scale from 3 to 18 is an artifact of how stats are historically determined in Dungeons and Dragons, which is you roll 3d6. Is how the stat is assigned or calculated or distributed. And then you then use that to derive your stat bonus, which is going to be 10, which is going to be whatever your stat is minus 10 divided by 2, rounded down, and that is the actual number that you care about 90% of the time. It's not there are periods where your base stat comes up, but it's much rarer. Nagi, I live in spreadsheets. Nagi, I have like 50 spreadsheets. What are you talking about? How do you not... I am behind on spreadsheeting, if anything. This is the nerdiest type of spreadsheet. Nagi, I was once playing Victoria on stream, and Nanomancer I actually have. I was once playing Victoria on stream and broke out a spreadsheet live on stream to calculate how many tools workshops I needed. I don't have macros for my spreadsheets, though. And hello, Vexing Cat. Hello, Vexing Cat. Look at this shout out to Vex. I'm going to shout outs to Vex as often as I'd like. At Vexing Cat. What is your question, Vex? What is your question? I am hoping to see Vex and Nagi answer this quiz, even though it's a very long quiz. I do want their answers. I want their answers in particular. But yes, this is a spreadsheet. It should be in the pin. Did the pin go away? It is kind of long. I actually won't blame you if you don't do it. Hello, Cheesily. Hello, Cheesily. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. We are actually doing sociology, though. We are actually doing sociology. It looks like it's D&D, but it's actually sociology. There is a quiz. It is in the pin. It's quite long. I do not blame you. About... okay, that's actually not too far off. That is about what... That is an attempt to assign... yeah, I have a lot of criticism of this. I have a lot of criticism of this survey. This survey, I think, is fairly poorly constructed. Its biggest weaknesses are poor question design in the early parts. That is by far and away the biggest problem with it. There's a secondary problem of, I think, philosophically, it is running into a major problem with even attempting to divide people up in these ways, and we are all baffled by how it is assigning race. I'm genuinely baffled by that. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. And here's my Discord. Don't worry about it. If you literally only join to submit this survey and then leave, I will not blame you. But we are doing a movie night tomorrow night, so do have that going for me. But yeah, it's a bit of a long survey. But yes, this is a poorly designed survey in a lot of ways. Another big problem with this is the degree to which it is self-identification. The degree to which it relies on self-identification. Yes, 140 questions, Vex. 10 towards dwarf and 11 towards human. Brutal. Yeah, like I said, Vex, it's a long one. This is a lengthy one. We spent the second hour we spent going through it, and that was mostly because I was really digging deep into a couple of the questions, because a lot of the questions are poorly. The movies, let me put away the window grab so we can see is First Reformed and Princess Mononoke. I like to do double features of thematically connected movies, and so those are tree hugger movies. Those are movies about hugging trees. First Reformed is incredible. And Mononoke is by far my favorite Ghibli. By far. It's not even close. Not even close. It is not my favorite anime movie because my favorite anime movie is probably Paprika. Paprika is too good. But it is my favorite Ghibli by a pretty considerable margin. You're not gonna summon for first. You got Max on elf, halfling, and gnome. Incredible, Neanomancer. Incredible. I think my mom's favorite movie is The Seventh Seal. Cheesily, thank you for the follow. Should be Chisele? Chisele? I haven't seen Kiki's in a very long time, so I don't really remember. Yeah, Neanomancer has the ancestry of average white American. That's the average white American discussing their ancestry. Nanomancer, what did you do? Yeah, average cat American. Yeah, I'm 1/4 Irish and 1/16 German, and supposedly I've got a Cherokee ancestor, 5 generations back, and yada 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 yada. So this is how white people talk amongst themselves, folks. How white Americans talk to each other. For the non-white people in chat who have never heard this before, for the non-Americans. But okay. So, oh wait, hold on. I forgot to do one more part of this. I forgot to make another thing. So this would be count if hey, I get to do an actual clever type of code. B21, comma, E28. There we go. Okay, let's see. So we did skew very heavily towards good ethics, and pretty no lawful evils. Oh, hold on. There's a problem here. I see a problem here. Show columns. Okay, that's what's going on here. Concats. There we go. High columns. I was like, yeah, we got a true neutral now. we had everything outside of lawful evil and neutral evil. No lawful evils, no neutral evils. I'm going to also put on a heat map in here because I find heat maps funny. Format, conditional, color scale. Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, sure, why not? No, two chaotic evils, two chaotic evils. Me, and I think it was Snoozy. Yeah, yeah, you were the Snooze. Yeah. You feel the weight of your sins crawl along your back. Joker in the chat. Your cat Snooze. Your stream today earlier was literally titled Evil Nature. You literally did an evil stream earlier today. Yeah, you were doing evil horse racing. We are getting hit by ads, so we'll be back in just a second. Enjoy the fan art while I use the bathroom and have a little bit of food. I kind of want to get Cat Deer on here just to see her, just listen to her defend herself. uh, only nice nature's got glue. What a defense. What a defense. What a way to defend yourself. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. But yeah. We haven't got. So as I was saying, there's definitely an issue with this. Actually, hold on. Before I say anything else, like I said before, Cat dear, you've been a very bad girl. But more to the point. This is relying on like a self-report on your social. Yeah, now you see the a self-report on how you feel about yourself relative to other people, and that's not very. I think that's a very weird way to do things, right? I think that's a very weird way to try to conclude at objective numbers, and part of this is just like things like strength and constitution should be relatively objective. I don't quite know what you would do for dexterity and constitution. And really, I still don't understand where running speed is supposed to fit in, because I can't tell if this was strength or dexterity. That's a good question, Tohu Vavohu. I am not entirely sure, because I do think that that's just an intrinsic limitation of even trying to do this at a philosophical level, right? Might actually be the race gotcha. Yep. Oh, interesting. The two 5e guys coming to completely different conclusions. I am inclined to think that's more likely stats, because this test design is very lazy. And as a lazy bones design test, they probably did not mix questions from different segments. They're pretty much doing it based on they pretty much are doing it, it seems, on like all of the stats, and then they're just doing all of the stats, and then they're doing all of the things that pertain to, I'm not sure what. The race ones I'm really confused about. I'm really curious what those are. Some of the questions probably should. I forget the Boxy were a race now, like a base race. They like, yeah, they really went for it with that one. Finally, the last page. It's so long. It is so long. That would make sense mix. That would feel sophisticated. That would feel like a more sophisticated type of way to do things. If it's the one thing, that would be really funny if the only thing they actually put effort into is figuring out what race you are. Good lord. Does this person seem sufficiently like they wish they were an elf? That is really funny that me and Lore Master got gnome then. That's a very funny insight into me and Lore Master of Sotek's personalities. And I can see it. That feels more coherent than me getting rogue and him getting paladin. That feels more coherent there. Neonomancer getting elf is also very funny in this context. Look at the class race. No, the all negative one got me human. The all negatives one got me human. I've done this twice. It's not funny at all. uh, uh, the other person got dwarf so far. I am. Let's take a look back at the races. I might change the order on these. Because I just wrote them down in the order that I saw them. So dwarf should be first, then elf, right? Actually, hold on. Let's do this the easy way. Data sort alphabetical. There we go. There we go. And let's do the same thing for classes. Yes, I want to overwrite data sort. There we go. So it looks a little bit easier. I tend to get told that I have found it kind of interesting that I'm visually and physically very dwarfy, and there's a bunch of dwarf elements to me, but ultimately I think people tend to peg me as an elf, and I think it's largely correct. Do wish you had a beard sometimes. I love having a beard. I love having a beard. It's like my favorite trait about myself. Gnomes are traded as sprightly, but that's silly. That's because you hate social events more than you want to go to nature. Fair enough. Fair enough. I say as a super, super social person. Yeah, I genuinely don't know what I did for getting rogue. I genuinely don't know what I could have answered for that one. My best D&D character ever was a gnome. But I also don't have I don't think very heavily about a lot of my D&D characters. I think that they have often kind of struggled with making compelling. I feel like that their gnome halfling distinction is not very compelling. Oh, Hulking Hurler rocks. There's not a spreadsheet link. Post your answers in study hall. In after streams. I mean, my best characters have been not in D&D. I don't think D&D has like any of my really good characters I've ever played. I really liked a character that was a Nos. I think my Nos that I played in Vampire Requiem 2nd Edition was one of my better characters. I am limiting myself to ones that I've role-played at a table. I'm limiting myself to ones I've actually role-played at a table. Admittedly, I also don't write fiction, so that's actually pretty easy. I like never write fiction. I don't feel compelled to write fiction, so pretty easy that it would not be that I don't have a better fiction character. Also, I am very sorry that you are cold, Mr. Mancer. All right, let's get Ditigris in here. Ditigris. Ditigris is a chaotic, neutral, level 4 elf ranger. Common class combination. 15, 12, 15, 14, 11, 17 wisdom, and 14 charisma. Ditigris's character is actually like kind of close to not being a horrible mutant. I mean, when I played WoW, I played a goblin. I played a goblin uh yeah, Vera got 17 as a bard. Vera's just strong. Vera's just strong. Most of us look like absolute mutants, right? Uh most of us look terrible in this. My hello Gremlin King. Hello Gremlin King. Yeah, Vera's strong. Vera is strong. What a surprise. What a surprise. One of the strongest and coolest among us turned out cool and strong. Make a perfectly good moon druid. All right. I'll trust you on that. I'll trust you on that. I think snoozes is pretty funny. Snoozes are very funny. Our chaotic evil wizard, who does have her best stat in her most powerful stat. This is funny, but otherwise does have terrible stats. McAllistrine does have her best stat in her most powerful stat, but she also has the worst stat spread out of any of us. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And hello Dragoon. Hello Dragoon. Yeah, Wild Shape is just very broken. At least it was when I played. Yeah, Vera has a great stat spread. My stat spread on my original choice was terrible. Yeah, I don't know how you even get a 5 in this. I worked so hard to 15 int, 14 charisma rogue. I don't know, man. I'm a 16 constitution rogue. Like, what the heck is that? What the heck is that? I really, really like Floral and Nari's stat spread. Floral and Nari has probably the funniest stat spread. A sorcerer whose worst stat is charisma and has the highest strength out of any of us. Very funny. I'm also really enjoying Anthemus being the ranger who has 9, 13, 11 in their physical stats, then 17, 16, 14 in their non-physical stats. Yes, Nagi, give me the numbers. Give me the numbers. Give me the numbers. I want to see the Nagis, the Nagarunskis. Yeah, reveal Snickveal. Did you delete it? Do you have to do it all over again? It's gone. Of course you did. I knew she would do this. I knew she would do this. I knew she would do this. I could feel it in my bones. I could feel it in my old man bones. I could feel that coming. Control Shift T, you fool. No, she's ashamed of her answer. She's ashamed of her answer. That's what happened. That's what happened. She got lawful good, and she was too embarrassed about it. Also, thank you for the sock, Almantas. That's what I think happened. Yeah, she got a lawful good elven paladin. There's no that would be so funny though. Take a screenshot and post it in my Discord. Yeah, just take a screenshot and post it in my Discord in the after streams channel. I think Nagi might actually not be in my server. My closest friend who is not in my server. It is based on your self-report. You have to self-report. Yeah, Nagi's not in my server. It is based on self-reporting. It's basically you could just make shit up. Yeah, it has no checking on it, and you know, obviously, if you have really horrible self-awareness, that's going to completely change your results in some very goofy ways. Oh, geez. Okay, I guess if I really want to drive people to join my Discord server, this appears to be the meta technique. Twunt. Oh, you're Cheesily. Okay. Okay, thank you. Cheesily. Hey, cat. You're not unself-aware. Oh my goodness. Wow, you have insane stats. Level 1. Oh my god, the stat spread is incredible, Cheesily. The stat spread is absolutely incredible. No. The stat spread is absolutely fucking incredible. Hold on, I have to check something here. Boo, that doesn't do what I was hoping it would do. Okay, that does do what I was hoping it would do. Okay, so let's delete a couple of these rows. Through 22, so let's leave 23 in there as a spacer. Delete rows. Okay. Hello, Rakyle. I'm assuming that you're raw, Kale. Cheezel is so funny. Cheezel, this character's amazing. Yeah, terrible except for the 2 stats that don't matter at all. It's incredible. It's so good. You're not in my Discord, Nagi. You are not in my Discord. If you really don't want to join my Discord because you're afraid of getting pinged when I do movie nights, you can just DM me because we're friends. But it is funny that you're not in my Discord. You should be in my Discord because this is what I do for hangout nights. When I do the hangout nights, I do them via Discord. Via my Discord. Not via your Discord. Because they're my hangout nights. But yeah, this is super funny, Cheesily. This is super duper funny. I cannot believe your stats, Fred. It's incredible. It's just yeah, I play the harp. Yeah, something I'm very famous for, my musical inclinations. I'm definitely famous for being a musical person. Definitely not like my main thing I don't do as a VTuber. But yeah, this is... And so far, nobody has managed to figure out how to get Tabaxi or Warforged out of this. You're harping on this. Oh, they're not in the race options? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Nagi! There we go. We got the Nagarunsky. Nagi also appears to be doing volume control. I'm just going to check something here. 22. Okay. Nagi. Chaotic. Neutral. Oh, God. Evil. 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 I was too distracted by it, by them fucking up my font choice. Nagi. Level 4. Elf Sorcerer, of course. Of course she's a sorcerer. 13. 15. 13. 19. 16. 18. Hey! Our first person with actually high charisma. Hey! Conditional formatting. Where's conditional formatting? Formatting. Conditional formatting. Where is it? What's wrong with me? Conditional color scale. Yes. Whatever. No, what? Color scale. Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to make it bigger. There we go. There we go. You put 10 instead of 19. You're right. You're right. Yeah. Hello, Dolly Molly. You can post Dolly Molly. Post it in the Discord so I can add it to the chart. So I can add it to the chart. Uh, yeah, yours is actually not hideous, Nagi. Uh, Hold on, Nagi actually built a quality character. What a shocker. Multi-class wizard after second level? Heck yeah. I actually have no idea. How does multi-classing work in 5th ed? Because multi-classing casters in 3rd ed was just pure mistake. It was just pure foolishness. It was like the dumbest thing you could possibly do. There was so little reason to do it. It works very poorly. Okay. Nah, it works fine. It breaks a lot of the game. Incredible. It works fine, but it breaks the game. Incredible. Okay, I'm getting such mixed messages. I do not, Cheesily. I do not. I don't end up doing a lot of game nights because if I'm not streaming, I'm almost always doing something I have to be doing off of stream. I kind of, almost all of my free and fun time goes right into streaming. And when we do game nights, I think the most common game nights have been Mecha Break. I think it's been Mecha Break and Overwatch have been pretty common. And then we've done a couple of board games. We haven't done any like RPG campaigns, in no small part because I'm not going to stop other people if they really want to, but when that's happened, they've organized it off of my stream. They've done it on other people. They've just like made a new Discord channel without me because the energy and emotions that I have where I would want to play an RPG are taken up by streaming. I do want to do more like tabletop war games. I do want to do some more tabletop war games, but we've only literally done it once. It's literally just been one night of doing Trench Crusade. Okay. I am such a catastrophically bad Overwatch player that saying that I was an the answer is that we get a stream tabletop RPG group together. That's what Vex does. Literally what Vex does. Literally Vex is doing a D&D campaign over stream. With Valis. Vex and Valis are literally doing a pirate D&D campaign. Nagi, I wanted to talk with you about it. We've actually never had a conversation about it. Like we've talked a little bit about the lore, but we've not talked a lot about the actual game. I still don't know what your actual game mechanics are at a basic level, and I am curious because I am a nerd. I want to know what I want a gimmick. I want a gimmick. Roll dice very carefully. Whatever, man. You got, if you want me to be excited, you have to have something as juicy as AROs. Like AROs are a juicy enough thing for me to care about. Arrows are from Infinity. In Infinity, the war game, I love Infinity, mostly because of arrows. Arrows are when you activate a unit, and they're automatic reaction orders. You activate a unit, and if an opponent can see you do the activation, the opponent gets a free move. The opposing model that sees what you did gets a free move. And so this means that Overwatch snipers become a really important part of manipulating the game. I love that part, Tohu. I love that. I think that rules. It's very much designed to create an 80s action movie feeling. Infinity is very much designed to do an 80s action movie. feeling. Oh no, I think it's the best part. Uh, I mean, the type of game that I actually really want is like I want like a 10mm ancient warfare thing, and so far I haven't found one that makes me happy. Um, I haven't played Overwatch in a very long time, but I was PC. I played PC. You should also know, cheesily, I am super bad at Overwatch. I am like hard stuck bronze. The one time I got into silver, I lost 35 games in a row. I am incredibly bad at Overwatch. Yes, no. Cheesley was asking about Overwatch the game. Cheesley was talking about Overwatch the game. Overwatch Fire is like one of my favorite parts of how I love. I love how it works in Infinity. My problems with Infinity are basically, I think the combined armies are stupidly made. I think the combined armies are stupidly made. I think that they're incoherent. I think they have too many special rules. I think they distract from the parts of the game that are strong. Hey, we got a first fighter. I think the flavor is stronger when it's focusing on the inner sphere. I think Ariadna is actually pretty decent. I think combined armies are very stupid, and they're an increasingly important part of the game. For Monomania, I'm not sure it does. I'm not sure it actually does. Like, having an alpha tier. Admittedly, I don't feel like it does because I'm a Hakislam player, and doing pure relying too much on putting all your eggs in one basket of an alpha strike unit is just not a good way to play Hakislam. Hakislam is very much about broad threats. Is very much about broad threats and broad threat manipulation. I think other than CA, I don't. And they've changed it a little bit of the balance, because for a while the balance of 4 in 4th edition there was very much a balance around tags. Tags were really OP, and that was definitely, it mostly became a problem with combined arms. Not with Combined Army, because Combined Army had the Avatar, and the Avatar was ridiculous. But that's really just the Avatar was OP, which is a fair criticism. I don't think it's a fundamental structural problem with the game that the Avatar was OP, especially because I don't think it's considered super good right now. I think the Sphinx is actually considered a pretty good CA one right now. But again, I played Hakislam, so my most expensive units were usually like 45 points. Unless I decide to do a really funny list and take a Maggie. Emily the Maggie is literally my favorite model in all of tabletop gaming, period. Yeah, and it creates an actually interesting and fun to play game. it's like the most fun to play war game. I just genuinely have trouble coming up with a more fun to play and more interesting and well balanced game that's been there. Yeah, there's parts of the aesthetic I really like. There's parts of it I really dislike. Again, I think the Maggie is the best looking model in all of wargaming, period. No exceptions. Yeah, I can show a Maggie. I can pull that up. AT-43. Yeah, yep. Magaribagard. Let's see if I can get a good... Yeah, there we go. And let's bring it over to the D&D screen, and then change the window share to the D&D test. Nope. Forgot about that part. This is what a Magariba looks like. This is what a Magariba looks like. No, I love this thing. I love this thing. I mean, this is a... I love it. Phoenix Kingdom Death. Meanwhile, I'm looking at the Phoenix from Kingdom Death, and I don't even think it looks good. Yeah, I have. I actually think this is much cooler than most of the Horus mechs, but most of those don't have models. And I don't even think the Horus mechs are the coolest looking mechs in Lancer. The coolest looking mech in Lancer is the Blackbeard. Yeah, it should. It should. It's very much evocative of that. It's very much evocative of that. I think the Goblin's okay. Yeah, you just do not like the same aesthetics. That's fair. I mean, me and Mix are on like the exact opposite end. Me and Mix are on extremely different ends on aesthetics. And me and Kara have like zero overlap. I like things that are ungainly and awkward and like menacing. My favorite mech is Metal Gear Rex. My favorite mech is Metal Gear Rex. And yeah, there are better looking designs in 2 dimensions, but I haven't seen a model that I like more than the Magariba Guard. I just have never seen one. And I mostly look at the Conquest minis, but I like the Gorgon. I do like the Gorgon. I do like the Gorgon. Yeah, I like the Gorgon. I like most of the ISPN mechs. I like the Caliban a lot. But again, I haven't seen a miniature of those. I haven't seen a miniature of a Gorgon or a Caliban. Baylor, I think the Baylor's okay. I think the Baylor is conceptually cool. I think it's cooler to read about the Baylor. The Raleigh is funny. The Raleigh is funny. I don't know if I like it the most. I like playing the Raleigh a lot. I like the Tortuga a lot. The Raleigh is like mechanically incredibly strong. The Raleigh is like... There are cooler tricks you can do with maybe the Caliban. The Raleigh is generally the coolest mech that you can get stuff done. There are cooler tricks you can get done with the Lich. But I think that the Raleigh probably is the strongest. Yeah. Mix thinks that is bland and boring. And I'm just like, there's a lot of Infinity models I don't particularly like, but that one I really, really like. What's some of the other Infinity ones I really like? I just went immediately to Hawk Islam. I didn't... K to be the human fighter guy. Hawk Islam is not generally considered the bland one. Hawk Islam is not generally considered the bland faction. They're considered the weird hipster faction, which is extremely in keeping with how I play games. Extremely in keeping with me. That's extremely normal for me, that I like weird ones that rely on, like... Mechtates are human fighter guy? Maybe? I mean, my favorite one is Rex. The main critique that me and Mix get into is that I like mechs to not look like humans. I think that a human-looking mech is always going to be inferior to a less human-looking mech. Kind of, yeah. I want them to basically be tanks, is what it actually is. I want to feel like an engineer who is smarter than me did a bunch of calculations. Did a bunch of calculations that I can't understand. It's also worth noting that I also think that I love Warframe's design specifically because things tend to not have faces. I love the lack of faces in Warframe. I think that's actually like my favorite design feature of Warframe, and attempts to add more faces to Warframe are mistakes. Many of them don't. A lot of people complain all the time about them not having faces. Mix. Atlas, Gara, my favorite. Devil underscore in my underscore details. Thank you for the follow. I feel like if humans aren't recognizing them as faces, that makes them not faces. Yeah, a lot of people do. A lot of people do feel like that. It's an important part of movies, Mix. This is like an important part of historical movie design, is that people feel like if there's a helmet in the way of a face, it's not a face. This is why historical movies have such complicated costume designs. Yeah. I know people who'd even complain that my VTuber model doesn't have a face. Right? Like, yeah. Yeah. And it's a kind of an interesting one, right? Because like how much is a person's face, how much is a person's face actually like really theirs? And how much is it always a mask? How much is it always a mask? This is a question that comes up in my life in no small part, because of the fact that I have a lot of facial hair. I know people who tell me that they cannot see my face because I have too much facial hair, which is an interesting complaint because, you know, the facial hair is my face. A mask can tell you more about a person than their facial expression. Yeah. And Nagi just can't see faces at all. No mechs have faces, according to Nagi. No mechs have faces, according to her. There are no faces. Yeah, the true face denialism. True anti-face anarchy. You're not the only one. I have wondered how much that's a what do we call it? Yeah, I was about to say you have to replace people's faces with Go pieces. I have wondered how much that's a spectrum, because I tend to hear it in very absolute terms. I had a very close friend in college who just had no, who was like very face blind, who was very, very face blind. And she could recognize me by how I walked, but not how I saw. I got worse at seeing faces as I got older. Being a professor made me much worse at seeing faces than other things did. Well, not everything, right, Toho? I was thinking, as I so often am, about the question of parenthood, and whether or not somebody is a parent at all is not very much of a spectrum. It's heavily quantized, right? And there are things that are heavily quantized in this universe because otherwise there wouldn't be quantum physics. Struggle to recognize your own face in photos. I know. Yeah, I know. I know that like I said, I got worse at recognizing faces as I got older. Everything in psychology is a spectrum. I do remember talking to a physicist who was showing me a star chart, and I remember literally saying to her, this graph has sharp corners, and as a sociologist, this scares and distresses me. Are we sure that these are actually sharp corners, or is this like a data collection artifact? It was stellar mass versus state it was mass versus volume charts for stellar quantities. Very good lecture. Very good lecture for me to sit in on. I understood like 20% of it. Yeah, it's but I mean, I was thinking socially, Tohu, which there are statuses that are pretty straightforward, like you're a lawyer or you're not a lawyer, right? You're a cop or you're not a cop. There's not a lot of like, we can talk about a person being cop-ish, but it is usually pretty clean. Well, I only understand psychology as a subset of sociology because I'm an asshole. And I know very little about autism, so I'm not going to do a lot. Yeah, the sharpness brings me only fear. I know very little about autism. I'm not going to be able to contribute anything. I don't really have much to contribute about autism. I know a little bit about the history of autism, but I am not autistic, so I don't have a lot of intelligent things to say about it from either a professional um, or I can talk a little bit about the history of it, right? Uh, you're autistic and you have nothing to say about it. Nagi has nothing to say about anything. Hello, Lando. Hello, Lando. Hello. I am not planning on it. I am vegan, so I am unlikely to eat something that can talk to me. Made you really like Formula One? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Who said I'd eat you? I will not eat you. I will not eat you. The biggest thing that can be said about the history. Well, hold on. No, let's hear what we got, Tohu. You only eat things that can talk to you from now on. Yeah, you're going to have a challenge there. Untested and underinformed. This might be a bot. I mean, it might also be a copy pasta. I don't know. I don't really think too hard about people who come by and just copy the same thing in every chat. Like, whatever, man. Hello, Sir Alm. Hello, Sir Alm. Good to see you. Good to see you, dude. My main kind of knowledge with autism is how it relates to the Holocaust, which is actually like a really unfun topic. And we've talked about it quite a bit on the channel, but we don't need to do so today. Let's take a look back at our stats. So intelligence retains its record as a clear highest, but wisdom has been catching up. Wisdom has been catching up. Someone popped in my chat. They asked 3 questions. Ban them immediately. Incredible. I tend to only ban people if they annoy the crap out of me. I think I've actually banned in the last 6 months. I think I have more often banned somebody who's being annoying in another person's chat than I have for somebody who did anything in my chat. There have been enough people who've been annoying enough in other people's chats. That I kill them. I nuke them from Yes. So I put the quiz in the pinned. I put the question in the pinned, and then people have been submitting their answers in my Discord. And I have been we've been collating them. So far, okay, it looks like I've got to make some space for Dear Vovern. Let's insert a row here. Excellent, it retained what I was looking for. So far, the funniest results have been McAllistrine and Cat Deer. It's a really long quiz. I'm not going to lie. It is an extremely long quiz. I think if I had done a different quiz... Yeah, you can. You can. I'm in here twice. I think if it had been a different quiz, we would do more of them. I kind of think I will do that in the future. Because I have done... I remember doing the Dark Triad a while ago, and the reason why I didn't do more was that it took like a lot to come up with a good one. Okay, so Cheesily 2. Insert row above. Cheesily 2. You did that really fast. What the hell? This is a goofball moment here, man. Goofball. You did it then you asked. That's fair. That's fair. Uh, yeah, it's a very noggy thing to do. Very noggy thing to do to brag constantly and then be surprised that people listen to your bragging. That's very on brand for her. That's something I can definitely see her doing. Because she is a silly lady. I am kind of amused that I have firmly moved into below average intelligence for our community. Below average intelligence and wisdom for our community. This is amusing to me. For a second I read that as a first edition Dungeons and Dragons. And I was like, oh damn, I haven't thought about I do think about first edition with some frequency. Oh, I misread Cheesely's thing. Cheesily said Yuki was the first D&D character I made. And I thought it was first edition. I inserted that as first edition. No. Below average within our community. We have a mean in our community. Yeah, we have a mean in our community. The mean for our community is 14. And I am at 11. Me and... Who's below average? Me and Lore Master. I did get 8 as well. I've submitted 2 answer sets. So me and Lore Master and From Nowhere and Kyle and Die Tigress all came out below average on int. Oh, and McAllistrine. McAllistrine has just terrible self-esteem, my lady. My poor lady. You gotta get that self-esteem up. I'm still confused how you even got up to well, just for intelligence. For wisdom, the below averages are me, Snoozy, From Nowhere, Tohu, McAllistrine again, Mix and Nano, and below average on charisma are me, Inari, Snooze is exactly average, From Nowhere, McAllistrine again, Skellingtons, and Chisley. Nagi, so far the actual decent builds are you, Cheesily, and Vera. Got actual decent builds. Huggetry is good too. In my Discord, there's a channel called After Streams. Post it there. There's an After Streams channel. That's the correct location. Kyle is good too. Yeah, Kyle's not a bad one. Kyle's not too bad. Mine is stupid. My character sucks. Both of my characters suck. At least one of my characters is level 10. So that's I got that going for me. Skeletons. What does skeletons get? Half elf ranger? Yeah, okay, yeah. I was just surprised that skeletons was level 2. I always thought the skeletons was like a very experienced and mature gentleman. So I was surprised, but I got really distracted by him being level 2. The multi-class, the monk multi-class, yeah. I think Inari is in some ways... it looks like it's primarily age. It looks like age and how experienced you're saying are. how experienced you say you are seems to be the most important thing. Ditigris doesn't look bad to me. Yeah, I was about to say Ditigris looks pretty good. Okay, let's think about this. So, let's do a more complicated form of analysis here, right? Let's do a slightly more complicated form of analysis. So, we've got these classes. I'm going to actually go to the quiz and make sure that I've got the quizzes. I've got all the classes. So I'm just going to do all the classes. My panel's layout's awful right now. Fighter, Ranger, Paladin, Cleric, Druid, Bard, Monk, Sorcerer, Barbarian, Rogue, Wizard, Warlock. Oh, all right. Right. Zamiel, have a good night. Have a good night, Zamiel, and I don't know if Tigris is having a good night as well, if that was just saying good night to and let's sort these. Sort, yes. Okay. Okay, so overwrites, yep, and pull this down. Yeah. I was using what they have in the quiz. You were saying a good night. Okay, yes. So this is something I just flat out don't know. This is something I don't know because I don't play D&D. I don't play D&D. So let's do a simple way. Let's do a crude way of analyzing this. Let's do a crude analysis here. What is the most important stat? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Hold on. Strength, con, dex, whiz, con. Okay. I need to figure out how I'm going to format this after we do this. I need to figure out how I'm going to format this. WisCon again. Wisconsin. Wisconsin's a decent state. I need to make a straightforward choice here. Because otherwise, like, otherwise it's going to be really annoying. Wiz Dex, okay. Or Dex Wiz? Okay, I'll leave it Wiz Dex. I'll leave it Wiz Dex. Strength, Dex, int. Wait, hold on. Dex Wiz or Dex int? I think it's Dex Wiz. Ranger's Dex Wiz. Okay. Rogue is Dex Con? I don't know. I'll go with Ka. I'll go with int actually. Dex int. Kakon. Okay. Kakon. Okay. And now I need to think hard. Okay, so this is just knowledge for me. Now I need to figure out what the statement I'm about to use is. I think I can do this in a clever way. I think I can write a VLOOKUP. I know that XLOOKUP exists. I just don't know how to use XLOOKUP because I'm old. I know how to use VLOOKUP. So I think if I do VLOOKUP, let's do the classic LBE, Um, yeah, that makes sense to me, Tohu. So, uh, um, equal v look up. Okay, hold on. Yeah. And it's something you already need for HP. We're about to go into ads, so I might have to think about this a little bit harder while we're there. So we're going to be what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create a search criterion where it will grab the class from here and then use that to grab a number from here to look in this index array. To give us the index for looking in this array. I need to remember how that works. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. We are about to get by ads, so while I think about that, I will use the bathroom and I'll be back in a few moments. Enjoy the fan art gallery. I'll be right back. Oh, right, I'm back. Okay, hold on. There's a bunch of stuff that happened in here while I was gone. Um, okay, there's where the ad started. Da, 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 da. Um, blah, blah, blah. Hold on, I'm just catching it up. This is stuff I don't really care that much about. Math is cool. That's my thing. Math is cool. I think math is beautiful. I am struggling. I did not actually successfully come up with what to do about this because I haven't been using got 2 more data sets. Excellent. Who did we get? So I got Admiral below. Okay. Alm, there we go. Alm and Vovern. We are getting a lot of gnomes. We're getting a lot of gnomes. So Vovern, aka Nate, neutral good. Level 4, gnome, ranger, fighter. And let's take a look at here. 15, 14, 16, 12, 16, 14. Okay, and Alm is... Hold on. Sir Alm, neutral. 3, halfling, wizard, ooh, an 8, 14, 16, 15, 9, and 12. Interesting. If I'm reading this right, Sir Alm got a phenomenal stats spread. It's okay. Fair enough. Okay, so let's think about this. So I want to do this as a mathematical expression. I like gnomes because I think they're funny. And I don't know. That's kind of good enough for me. Hello, Ratmost. Oh, let's give a shout out to them. Ratmost. Yes, Ratmost. We are doing a really bad survey about D&D classes, and we are analyzing my chat's capabilities, and overall everybody actually has pretty decent self-esteem, and most people are identifying as having better intelligence than anything else. I am firmly below average. I'm firmly below average in here. For the people here. Let's take a look here. So we are going to look up the class. I just want to make sure I'm remembering my parsing right on this. Look up the class. No, wait, no, this is not. Oh, okay. We have to do nested. We have to do a nested lookup. Let me think about this. We have to do a double lookup. So let's just assign these numbers, right? So 1, 0, 2, 5, 1, 4, 2. Yeah, like that, right? Like that. This is what we're doing. It makes sense that you think you're smart. Think you're smart, right? Think you're smart. 0, 2. We're doing n-1. Hello, Seth Acacia. Hello, hello, hello. I came recommended by Yumi. Yumi's a sweetheart. Yumi's a sweetheart. So I should thank her for that. But yes, we are doing. I didn't even get finished explaining to the ratmost, the rat with the most. That I have this. I've pinned it. There's a quiz trying to determine which your stat layout and everything for a D&D character. It's extremely overextensive. It is way too long, and I am doing, people have been answering it and putting their answers in my Discord server, and now I am trying to do some more complicated analysis on it. I am now trying to do some more complicated analysis on it. So I think so intelligence should be 3, right? No, yes, intelligence should be 3. And con is 2. Yes, if I did this correctly. Let me just double check myself. That's 3. Wisdom should be 4. Charisma's 5. 0. Okay, so we're going to VLOOKUP class 1, and then I think we want index. I think we want index. This is column letter. Well, no, because I need it, because it's going to be, it's going to grab off of here. It's going to grab off of here. It's going to, my two options are to do an if statement that has a separate if statement for every single class, which is annoying as hell, or I can use this table as functionally an if statement. As functionally an if statement. I'm just trying to remember how index works grammatically. Because again, I haven't done this one in a while. I haven't done too many complicated things. I've just been taking means and averages. And we're not even in Excel, right? We're technically not in Excel. All good. I'm a professor of sociology. Now we're just doing some very crude numerical analyses. I will say that, again, as I noted, this is kind of the most funny part to me. I am also amused by the fact that lawful good has not appeared very much, but neutral good really has. Neutral good has been very, very common. We are up to 3 chaotic evils, which I am finding amusing. Up to 3 chaotic evils out of a pretty large field here, right? Pretty large number of people. What's our total number? Well, it's 24. What am I doing? That's not very complicated. Let me just make sure I'm doing index correctly. Index. Index 1 or equal index comma 4. That should return 10, but it'll turn 11. So I'm doing it wrong. I did my math wrong here. So we have to redo this one. 3, 6, 5, 5, 1, 5, 1, 2, 2, 6, 6, 4. Yeah, so 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 2, 6, 5, 4, 3, 3, 3. Okay, so what we're going to do is equal index row, comma, and then VLOOKUP class of array. We go over here. And this one has to be locked. This one has to be locked. And then... Oh, wait, hold up. Not to A13, but to E13. And then 0, 1, 2, 3. And I did it wrong. What did I do wrong? That can't be it. That can't be it. So this should look up. This should return, because I'm rogue. It's index 2. This should return 13. This should return 13. What am I doing wrong here? So index reference. I'm probably using index wrong. I'm pretty sure my VLOOKUP is correct. Let's just see if my VLOOKUP is correct. Because my VLOOKUP is correct. Int. Okay, that's wrong. Okay, that's why it's wrong. Excel difference. I got Excel diffed. If that had been Excel, that would have been correct. Index I2 to I to N2, comma, VLOOKUP. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, okay. And then let's do the same code. Let's copy this over here and index I2 and then 5. Index 5. Okay. Okay. So, here we go. Here we go. This is, I'm going to change the conditional formatting here. Here we go. Conditional formatting. Delete it. Okay. Okay. So now we have now we've got another. This is a very quick and dirty way of looking at who has the most optimal stat layouts, right? We've only got the most optimal stat layout. This is a very quick and dirty way of looking at the most optimal stat layouts. Oh my god, that took me way too long to think about because I haven't bothered with an index in a while. And also I got the grammar wrong because it looks like there's an Excel LibreCalc difference in what index 0 does. It looks like LibreCalc does the more human intuitive thing where index 0 returns nothing and index 1 is the first column. In Excel, it's usually index 1 is the index 0 is usually the first column. Green should be the best. Green should be the best. So what this is returning is what is... Well, Vobern, we are only looking at what is your stat in your best stat, right? This is your stat in your best stats. And then the second best stat. And so here's a question. Hello, Nyazin Gerzid. Hello. It's good to see you. We are analyzing the the crew's abilities and stat layouts as D&D characters. We're analyzing the communities as D&D characters. And I think Tohu and Mix are the two people who have absolutely not Mix. Mix, you've seen me and Kari hang out. How many times have I understood a pun before somebody else pointed it out? I'm like batting like 0% on recognizing puns. I don't recognize the most like trivial puns on the planet. I'm still not even getting it because oh, now I get it. Now I get it. It took me, see how long that took me? It didn't even parse to me because it never occurred to me that somebody would pronounce it Mazinger Z. That's how far off I was. I was like, Nyazinger's Ed. Okay. Nyazinger's Ed. There we go. Let's make it really annoying. Nyazinger's Ed. Okay, folks. So, the question, I suppose, is how much do we care about second best stats for the purposes of this kind of layout? And I think I should also do to double check all. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like the fact that it depends on it. The fact that it depends ruins it as doing a quick and dirty thing. The quick and dirty thing would be. Oh, hold on. Did I fuck it up? Okay, let's take a look. Here. So best stat. So Gnome Paladin best stat we said was strength. So it returns 12. And second best stat is charisma. It should return 14. Let's just pick some other random ones to see what they return. This should return. So best stat for rogue is dex. So it should return 15. And second best stat is int. It should return 16 for Kyle. So yeah, 15, 16. That's working correctly. Nanomancer may be misunderstanding. The function is not the query is not what is their highest stat. It is what is their stat in their. Maybe we should call it most important stat. Most important. Second most important. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, primary versus second. Thank you. I did best because I don't know. Yeah. No. Niano was confused because he thought I was just choosing a max function, which I am not. This is not a max function. This is not a max function. So my thought was, hold on, and let's do second prim and second. Because that amuses me to call it second. And we will copy these over here. And K2, P2. No, that is not what we want at all. Index I2 to P2, VLOOKUP H2. Screw it. I screwed up those. Copy the code itself, because all I'm trying to change is what the VLOOKUP is to H. And hold on. If H2 equals then blank else. There we go. And copy this over here and change the indexing to 5. And there we go. So this will tell us if the person's secondary class, yeah, I should be getting null. I want to be getting null. Hold on. Okay, I was actually thinking, Tohu, that I would only do first and seconds. And just because that's annoying as hell. And weight the secondary is 1/3 of the primary, which is the same ratio you have. I just don't have the bother with the second. Do we care about getting a tertiary stat? We could do a tertiary stat. It's not really a big deal. Since the hard part I've already done. The hard part was was writing the code, and the second hard part is coming up with the weighting system. That's really about it. That's kind of my thought as well. That's honestly kind of my thought, is like the tertiary feels like it's so far down the list. Should the weighting be should we even bother trying to create a combined stat, or just not bother? If I was doing combined stat, I'd probably weight the secondary at 1/3. Oh, that's really annoying. I don't want to have to do that. I'm trying to do some really crude analysis here. That's really obnoxious analysis. Who based on what has happened here, Vera probably has a pretty good tertiary stat. Mostly what I did this for is that because of the way that they did the multi-classing thing, I think it's actually probably... Well, there's two part reasons, right? One was to see who is kind of the best at being their class, and the other was I was kind of curious about how many characters would benefit substantially from... Oh, and hello, Hexingale. Hello, Hexingale. Let's add Hexingale in here. Heck yeah. Insert row above. Hexingale. And let's... Discord's fighting me. Okay. Is a real lesson learned here that with 2 monitors, all I have done is gotten even more inefficient at my layouts. I still can't find anything on my desktop, but they're wider. Mix is more like... Okay, that's interesting to know. Okay, so Hexingale has very middling stats, but is level 5 and is chaotic neutral. So biasing our sample set on the ethics slightly... Our ethics sample set really trends towards chaotic good, towards neutral good. We've really tended towards neutral good and chaotic good. And neutral as well. Evil is very rare. Chesolet, who has been doing, who's been role playing as fictional characters, has gotten us an evil. I got an evil for answering nearly at random, and then there is and then there's Cat Deer, Snooze. Which is deeply, deeply funny to me. Yeah, I declared myself, I declared D&D outside of the realm of what I could possibly fix. There's very little about D&D that I would even attempt to salvage. Well, I think that when we think about alignment, here's my recollection, right? Here is my big story about my understanding of the law of the alignment axis in D&D. Is it, first of all, remember that the alignment axis in original intent was very much intended not for the metaphysical stuff, but for the morality stuff. It was intended to be moral. and it was intended to be about morality. And I remember reading on the D&D forums, because Gary Gygax was alive recently enough that he was posting online. I remember reading an argument between people on the D&D forums, and Gygax being very unapologetic about his belief that the LAPD did nothing wrong during the Rodney King riots. That's my recollection of, yes. And Gygax absolutely thought of morality as part of a fabric of like real life morality, and his vision of lawful good was a cop. This is non-trivially influenced by him, of course, growing up on like pulpy westerns with the big iron sheriff coming to save people as the arbiter of law and blah blah blah. But it's also worth noting again, his vision of a paladin is a cop beating an innocent man. His vision of lawful good and of a paladin and what a good person is a cop beating an innocent man nearly to death. So, this inflects a lot of how I understand what the system is accomplishing and what it is doing. Yeah, I'm calling Gygax an asshole. He is also a hack. He is a hack, but I think that's a separate question. I do think he is both a hack and an asshole. I think that both of these are true in different ways, but it is definitely it definitely does influence how I understand what the law chaos axis is about. Is that he has a vision of what a society is supposed to be organized around that is completely disconsonant with me, and I want to say that I am grateful about this knowledge because it means that I don't get a headache thinking about it anymore. He just fully believes in a different style of what it means to have ethics than I do. Nixon and Disney. Just as an aside, this is like a totally random aside, but almost every time I think about Nixon now, my first association with Richard Nixon at this point is not anything he actually did in life directly, but that in the Good Place TV show, when the devils show up, they do a party and they do karaoke, and the karaoke song that they choose is the Nixon tapes. And it's yes, Tohu Vavohu is making a really great point. And I've made the point before that I think there's some more things to be done with it, but I don't think Gygax intended it to be as textually rich as it turned out to be. But mind flayers, I think mind flayers are textually rich because of the implicit anti-Semitism. That these are sapient, super intelligent, subterranean manipulators who have mind control powers, but are also ontologically evil. It's very much like conspiracy theories that Nazis have about how Jewish people control the world. Is that they're ontologically evil. It's anti-Semitic tropes. It's much more indirect than the way that the golems and phylacteries are used. It's much more indirect than that. But this is when anti-Semites spread theories about how Jews are a menace. It's that they're simultaneously super intelligent. You think I'm barking up the wrong one? I think I'm barking up the wrong one. Which one do you think it is, Mix? Those guys are always talking about the Jews, though. They're always worried about the Jews. It's always the Jews who are doing that. Like, the white genocide guys are claiming that the Jews are trying to do white genocide for mysterious reasons. I will not lie, the non-trivial part of why I think about the... Yeah, hear you out. The Irish are responsible for white genocide. Well, this is the... I always feel like it's the laziest way to look at it. Even when you aren't trying to talk about Jews. Yeah. When you're anti-Semitic, and weirdly all of your ideas for a fantasy world are kind of like that. Somehow you just kind of constantly... Every time you try to create an evil race, it's always either mindless, swarthy barbarians or Protocols of the Elders of Zion remixed in various complicated ways. They just keep on doing it over and over again. Yeah, Orcs is definitely designed to be about black people. Like the way that they are designed in D&D. I think they're more complicated in the Tolkienian sense, but that's also because Tolkien's like... This is the thing, right? Tolkien is insane. Tolkien's actually insane politically and spiritually. Yeah. Well, I think Tolkien... Well, even then they're always strange, right? Because, like, Tolkien is... Again, Tolkien's insane. Remember that orcs are a type of elf. Orcs are a type of elf. He is simply too strange and too politically bizarre to not to have like a simple way of mapping these things on. He's just simply too complicated to fall for traditional racism. He's too insane for it. Whereas Gygax is actually just a lazy hack. It's just an accurate portrayal of Germany. Germans, yeah, the modern Germans, the post... He was portraying the Germany after he died, before he died. He was portraying post World War II Germany before World War II. Yeah. This makes perfect sense. Yeah, Tolkien is kind of romantic. Tolkien, it's always, the thing I always want to talk about with Tolkien is that his actual political stance is anarcho-monarchism, and I'm not joking. Like, that's not like a bit. Like, that's in his letters to Chris Tolkien, that he's an anarcho-monarchist, and it is actually an accurate description. That is not just a contradiction. He's not just like making up insane words. He thinks that the divine right of kings... Well, Tohu, he thinks that the divine right of kings is true, but that also the divine right of kings should not have a bureaucracy. That there should be no bureaucracy or mandatory legal system. That when there is a king with an actual divine right on the earth, people will just instantly and intuitively recognize that person as the correct king and obey them spiritually and automatically. Interestingly, I think this has I recognize this less as a European Christian belief. I view this, to me, this strikes me much more obviously as being a Confucian belief. This is very much Monktius. Yeah, if shit was actually divine, this would work. This is in the Mengzi. Like, this is a very Confucian belief about how a country could work, at least according to Optimus Confucians. To pessimist Confucians, it's just stupid. But yeah, I think that if you want to write... Good world building is an output of being insane. Good world building appears to be an output of, like, actually being demented and not being able to relate to the real world in a coherent fashion. This is why I don't do world building. because I have very boring takes about the real world. I just say things and then people don't believe me. And that's how it goes. Yeah, you're on the way. You're on the way. Meanwhile, I'm just out here doing math. I'm just out here doing spreadsheets on my own community. So Vex is actually quite good. Vex is a strong character, and she's neutral good. That's not too surprising. Nagi's super strong. Chazole is super strong. Skellington's not bad. I lost track of what Mix was shouting about, so I don't actually know like what he's trying to say now. I don't know what he's trying to say at this point. I don't know what is holy shit right now. Oh no, I'm worried now. I'm worried. You're getting filtered by Autumn. Oh, okay, okay. I'm literally just looking directly at chat. Yes, you are getting filtered for views. So when you write a world that has a god, you can actually just include this stuff without it being a representation of your worldviews. Ah, yeah, need to not using space on views. Silence for your views. I hope it doesn't just, I hope that doesn't get added to the, that's like the one thing I like getting auto-modded. Silence for the views on views. Denied. Denied. I don't want to train the automod wrong. I don't want automod to get the wrong idea about this. I keep on forgetting that you watch Nia Mocha. I haven't watched Nia in so long. I love Nia. I just like don't watch nearly as many VTubers as I used to. I hang out with VTubers now. Since before debut, yeah. I've watched Nia for forever. Very distressed by how good she is at Apex. It's actually really distressing. People shouldn't be that good at video games. Near perfect tracking. If I played a game against her, I would think she was hacking. But I'm pretty sure she's not. I think I'm just bad. So let's say I've seen her do some really impressive tracking. I'm going to say anybody who's got 17 or above in their best stat is in the Hall of Fame. I'm going to ignore Chazole because they're a goofball. They're actually answering fictionally. Vex and Nagi. I mean, also Tohu, I'm very bad, so I might be missing when she's messing up. Nagi, Vex, Vera, and if we do what I think is a good suggestion here, and treat people as either their secondary or first class instead of doing the multi-class thing, because multi-classing seems to be incoherent here, I would say we can treat Nyano as just a pure wizard, and then he becomes good. That's kind of what I'm looking at here. And you're saying Die Tigress, depending on subclass, can be quite good? Bam! Yeah, of course. You cast Boom. You cast Boom. Of course you do. Of course you do, my dear friend. You want to explore how pretty fucked up slurs could come into being in a fantasy world? Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. There's a really good post on Blue Sky. Oh, Fippa! We hit 2,400 followers. Thank you, Fippa, for being my 2,400th follower. And welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Welcome in. I need to figure out what to do about follower goals because I feel like after we got past historical follower goals, I haven't had any ideas for what to do with them. And so 2048 was the last one I actually had an opinion on because 2048 is a nice even number. And now we're into just like weird, awkward numbers. I don't know, like, should I just like make my next follower goal like 5,000 or something, or 7,000? 7,000 is at least like a real number. But sleep deprived at this point. Brutal. You are up like way past your usual bedtime. You succeeded in your goal. Yeah, and I'm going to post something in our DMs that I am sure is going to cause you to cackle like an absolute maniac, if I'm just not going to say it out loud. If you could fall asleep, you wouldn't be there. Brutally true. Brutally true. I got so many unread DMs. I have been sleeping. My sleep is permanently a mess. My sleep is permanently a mess. My sleep is permanently a mess. Yeah, I knew that would get Niano. I knew that would get Niano. You can't sleep. Nagi not being asleep right now is actually kind of concerning. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. This is horrible. Yeah. Nagi is firmly like morning now. Nagi's sunrise was hours ago. At this point, she is hours past sunrise. She is suffering. Kind of. I mean, for me, this is fine. For me, I'm not planning on going to sleep for another couple of hours. The only real concerns I particularly... Hello, lesbian cat. Hello, it's good to see you. You have such a memorable name. I have been doing analysis. There's a quiz. It is linked in the pinned chat. Is a bad survey that is way too long. We are doing it because I thought I did it on off stream and it reminded me that I get mad about surveys. That's what it was. And so I decided to subject everyone to, people say this, like, right? Like I get to now subject at this point, 25 people to my suffering. Well, 24 people because Cheesley did it twice. I got to subject people. Have you taken the Omegas? I've taken a couple of Omegaverse quizzes, but they don't make anything. They don't mean anything, to me. They're gibberish to me. I would say so, yes, Hex. I would say so. The biggest flaws in it are, I would say the question design is the like really fatal part on it. There's other parts of it that I don't think are good, but the question designs are often really bad. It is not entirely bad. I was about to say without merit, but that actually means something kind of different in different contexts. In this context, would be the wrong word to use. It is not entirely without bright spots. It does have the advantage of the questions are designed to repeat Dragoon because they're doing multiple different questions to derive your stat scores, which is annoying. I am not really a fan of that. The other part that's kind of... I I actually am kind of okay with the questions that are asking about the two side questions are asking about preferences. Those ones I think are okay. The self-selection I do not like. I dislike the self-selection. I think there's much more clever ways to write those questions. I am mostly offended by the ways that several of the answers are written, where they are unclear and confusing and sometimes even misleading. Though there are several of the questions they're just badly written. Yeah, that part I think was good. I think the prioritization part was actually pretty good. Other than that, I'm pretty unsold on it. The morality sections I think suffered excessively from that was I think the most effective part, which I think that's either where they got class or race from. But the 4-part questions about where they would have basically the answers were like 20%, 100%, 150%, 180%. Those ones were very badly written, and a lot of them were written in ways that were confusing and unclear, and I did not like them. And that's something I'm pretty unforgiving about, if I'm honest. I am pretty harsh about it. Oh, yeah, exactly. Very similar. It would have been much better if it had been strongly agree, strongly disagree. Yeah, that would have been much better. I think I would have been much stronger. I also, I have not taken the which color are you at work. I did take a test a while ago from Mabel that was which color of reader are you? And I was really annoyed at how much they fucking nailed me. They got me so good. Hold on, do we have another? No, we don't have another one in here. We got something needed in books. Okay, I'm going over to Mabel's to see where this was. Because they nailed me with this one. Let me get no, not that window. This window. We might do this one on another night, but this was a really long test. I think on another night we might do multiple quizzes, multiple surveys, but this one was super long. Yeah, Myers-Briggs is super terrible. Myers-Briggs is dreadful. I am not going to even remotely defend Myers-Briggs. So this test asked me about how much I would like to read different books. The purple reader likes bold, unconventional thought, like experimental storytelling and genre-defying narratives. They read to challenge norms, stretch their imagination, and fuel creativity. After finishing a book, they want to feel intellectually awakened and creatively invigorated. Which, okay. And then they said, here's some books you would like to read. Here are some books you would like to read. They got my ass. I love 3 of these books. I love 3 of these books. Just Left Hand of Darkness is so good. Left Hand of Darkness is so good. I don't have opinions on Life of Pi. I haven't read Life of Pi. I saw the movie and I didn't like the movie, but I have read the other 3, and I love Left Hand of Darkness. I love Kafka. I love Vonnegut. Like, yeah, these are all so good. They got me so bad. Yeah. Even fucking looks like me. Let me see if I can find the quiz. We'll probably do this one on another stream because I do actually like the I do actually like doing this in general. This was just such a long quiz. If this was not a 140 question quiz, I'd probably do 2 or 3 in one night. This one was really funny to me. This quiz I liked a lot. The Read Your Color one. I like, they got my ass super bad on this one. They got my ass super bad. Whereas this one's just like incoherent. Okay, Dragoon we got Dragoon's results. Dragoon. Let me okay, let's change back to the actual window that we care about. No, not to my Discord. Let's like row above. So Dragoon 790. Let's take a look here. So neutral for half elf monka 13 12 13 15 10. Okay, not bad. Okay, not bad. Yeah, Mix, this one, that quiz, I did get distracted by the fact that I, like, recognized books and I immediately knew what they were. I was like, okay, that's the Year of Magical Thinking, which is, like, if you just describe the Year of Magical Thinking like this, I will not like it nearly as much as it turns out how much I actually liked it. Yes, it's also plots. I did not, I am, well, I mean, you know the kind of books I read. Like, in particular, it made the nonfiction sounded way more, it did not nail at all my preference towards nonfiction. It did not nail that at all. It did not get me at all on that. Which is, of course, like, the way that most people talk about books is they're almost never going to capture that, right? Because the gap between, like, the types of nonfictions I care about, yeah, one of these is the Da Vinci Code. Yep. Yeah, one of these is Da Vinci. Again, Year of Magical Thinking was the one that stuck out like a sore thumb to me. Yeah, that was the thing, right? Is like when I knew what some of the books were, I recognized almost all of them. I don't know about all of them, but I recognize a pretty large majority of them. And that was distracting to me. It did cause me to answer in a little bit less sincere of a fashion. I was merely impressed that it managed to correctly say that I would read The Left Hand of Darkness and Slaughterhouse 5. That was funny. I was not prepared. I was prepared to be unimpressed until I got the result, and then I was impressed with the result it gave me. So I thought that was funny. But we will probably do that again at a later night, so if you're annoyed with it, don't do it now. We are already 5 hours in, and we're about to get hit by ads. You got red. I don't know what that means. We are going into ads. Enjoy the fan art while I use the bathroom. All right, I'm back. I am back. Yeah, the lack of style was the main reason why I was very skeptical of it as a quiz, and why I would not have recommended if it wasn't for the fact that it absolutely fucking nailed me. Because style is generally more... Style is pretty important to me. Wait, the asshole directors? It's Lord and Miller. Wait, why is there a reason why people don't like Lord and Miller all of a sudden? Well, and mix, like, the nonfiction ones they wrote really bad summaries of, because, like, I love reading nonfiction, and the way that nonfiction, like, what makes a piece of nonfiction good has very little to do with, like, anything that you can put on a basic summary of it like that. Like, what's the research base? Like... I had not heard this, because I think of them as primarily the Clone High guys. I didn't know that Clone High, Wikipedia's useless these days. Poor working conditions on... Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the stuff that's going to be the most interesting to me is that stuff, and it's not really mentioned in there. Huh. Nudie branches are cool. Purple is also a cool color. I love purple. Purple is actually arguably my favorite color. Also, hello, King of Hearts. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm not too surprised, Mix. Yeah. I mean, it's a long survey. Don't worry about it, especially because I don't know how much longer I'm going to be going. Have a good night, Tohuk. Have a good night. You got Nano's color, actually. You got blue. Nano's color is blue. Nano's a blue boy. Cat-colored shaky dang head. Oh, you're red? Nano's cat-colored. Neko Ito. They said go to the gym or go to church. Yeah. Well, it's rather, right? It's rather. It's would you rather. Okay, I did see Mix showed me his results in LOL. LOL. They told him to read Dune. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. I am feeling fairly out of gas at this point. I am feeling fairly out of gas. No, I mean, there's that, but I also feel like I kind of did what I was going to do with this quiz. I'll probably be up for a little bit, but I've kind of completed my objectives. I will probably wait a few more minutes for, I'm going to remove the pin. I think lesbian, cats, and one other person were still doing it, so I will let them keep going for a minute. But I do feel like I kind of completed this stream, which is a weird feeling, right? That's kind of a weird feeling to just be like, I had an objective and I actually kind of did it. That's not normally how streaming works. That's not normally how my type of stream works. I know that that's like how there are people for whom like they actually like have structure to their streams, and that's like crazy to me. That's insanity. That makes no sense to me. I don't know why you would do that. But yeah, I wanted to demonstrate. I want to both look at this one, but I also wanted to I wanted us to kind of like look at what kind of makes this a bad quiz. The Paranoid Lich, thank you for the follow. I think I've seen you. Were you here last night? I think you were here last night. I think I've seen you around in somebody else's chat. I think that's how you found me, was through somebody else's chat. I'm trying to remember who it was. But obviously you can tell that my brain is slowing down pretty badly. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? I'm also trying to illustrate a little bit. Is that like kind of no surveys are actually all that good? There's a real sharp upper limit on the quality of how good a survey can even be. And it can really, a lot of them can really obscure more than they demonstrate. And this one was pretty bad on that front, if we're being completely honest. Well, at a certain point, then you're getting into the question of like interviews, right? Like in-person surveys also produce their own problems. There's limitations on all types of surveys, and a very important thing to keep in mind with all surveys is that quantity is a quality all its own. Having more people in a survey allows you to smooth out a lot of problems and allows you to get more things. But in order to get more people, you have to start taking cost-cutting measures. For one thing, you can't have 140 fucking questions. That is a no-go on any survey that's going to get like thousands of persons involved. Well, and again, it's what is your goal? You have to keep in mind that you don't just kind of do surveys to do them. You do them for a purpose, right? You do them because you are interested in finding out a piece of knowledge or demonstrating a type of relationship, right? Or really, I should say testing, because you should not go in with the purpose of demonstrating, even though people do that all the time. You should start off from a purpose of testing. Did not give them a review for the last one. A good review. Hell yeah. You do them to demonstrate the McNamara fallacy to the company board. Incredible. Incredible. Good choices. Good choices. When I said doing the survey, I mean commissioning the surveys. Well, the company does them to commission you, and you are applying maliciously with them. Yeah. Surveys used to collect data for action with humanitarian work. Yes. In terms of doing something like that, you are still going to have a cost-benefit analysis. And the big question, right, Mix? The big question in any kind of survey is that you have a certain amount of money to actually run the survey, right? You have a certain amount of money you can spend on running the survey, and everything that increases the granularity of your data decreases the size of the actual survey base. What if the benefit's 0, Niano? Benefit equals 0. We get divide by 0 error on that. So the love you, buddy. The certain amount well, no, they do have a budget. Somebody above you has the budget. Somebody above you has a budget. And so, there's anything that you do that increases the depth of the survey decreases the breadth of the survey. That's you have a budget, then you have to do that. And you can definitely increase the depth of a survey by doing it in person. You can increase the depth of a survey by asking more qualitative questions, right? This survey had 0 qualitative questions whatsoever. This was all quantitative questions. The survey was still poorly designed within those constraints. The survey was still a poorly designed one within those constraints, but it did enable itself to get a fairly large amount of data. Highly qualitative and confirmable. That's tricky. Qualitative and confirmable is tricky. That said, there's a point, right, Mix, where you are trying to figure out people's opinions on things, right? Particularly if you are running for office or something along those lines. If you're running for office or you are, so slap it in, King of Hearts. Doing sentiment analysis by slapping with an iron pin. Yeah, there's points where a survey is kind of the best tool for the job, but you always have to be aware what the limitations are. I think King of Hearts is in the Discord. I think I've been in voice calls with King of Hearts. But put that in the after streams. Put it in after streams. That's where we're doing our stuff. Yeah. Just take a screenshot. Just take a screenshot and post it. And you can see I am doing my part by reducing the friction to the users. I'm trying to reduce the friction to users by having them just dump a screenshot into a common dumping ground, and then I do the data entry, right? And part of this is non-trivially because experience has taught me very strongly that I am considerably faster at data entry than the vast majority of people. Okay, I scared the crap out of myself because I hit minimize desktop. Minimize the desktop, and I thought I closed all my programs. King of Hearts. Holy crap. It's easy to be fast in ChatGPT. Remember, kids, error rate matters for data entry. And the program that doesn't care about error rate is going to be pretty bad. So, lawful good, level 3, human paladin, 14, 12, 11, 15, 14, 14. And let's move this down here. Okay, slower than Grok. Your numbers are... you're not evil, you just do what you want. Incredible. Hey, we got more evil people. We got more evil people. Hell yeah. Give it to me. You're keeping Cat Deer company. I'm never going to stop laughing about Cat Deer getting labeled evil. After she did a stream where she was liquidating horses for being good. Yeah, error rate matters, and ChatGPT has a functionally like 75% error rate, so... Jesus spoke of hedonism, they crucified it. Thank you for showing up, Lesbian Cat. You're very funny. I appreciate you. Hello, Strongpod. I mean, I don't even know. But yeah, give us the results, Lesbian Cat. I'm still fascinated by... Oh, post it in the Discord. In after streams, just take a screenshot and post it in the after streams channel. It's actually really, really funny to me that whenever I've seen historians test out ChatGPT, do like or other any LLMs, whenever I've seen them actually test it in an uncontrolled environment and just give it like the kind of test they give to undergrads, it gets 0%. 0% accuracy consistently. Consistent 0% accuracy, which is fascinating. It's really funny. Actually, yeah, and actually, Dragoon, if you didn't know, there is one of the OpenAI executives has given himself schizophrenia via ChatGPT. Has given himself ChatGPT-induced schizophrenia. Me and Director Nemo were having a really good conversation about this on stream a couple weeks ago, and I think Director Nemo was really right to point out that like there's something really interesting / devastating about the fact that so many people have are vulnerable to a particular type of flattery that causes them, when exposed to ChatGPT, to just go completely insane. I am not entirely sure what it is. I am not a psychologist. I am not a therapist. I don't really know the terminology for it. Yeah, this guy had he asked the AI to basically write an SCP that Quantum did an evaluation of and said it was actually an exceptionally bad SCP. And even within the standards of just like random submissions to SCP, like random slush pile submissions to SCP, and like the idea that it wrote the fiction that would be a possible hypothetical SCP, which is again fictional, causes this guy to just like lose his mind. I think Ditigris, what it showcases is that humans are profoundly vulnerable to grammar. That humans kind of take it that grammar is the only. I'll have to find it. It's on. I'll have to go to things of interest. I'll just send it to you. I'll just send you the article from Quantum. Here's Quantum's article about Quantum. I actually like. Quantum I actually like. I haven't. He made a video. He made a video of him having a schizophrenic break. Yeah, it was Jeff Lewis. Nano. Nano. Okay, hold on. We've got something important to do here. This is going to take me a second here. Okay, actions. Not chat commands, chat automation. Add to chat automation. I'm literally adding a redeem for this as we speak. Twitch, send chat message. And okay. There should now be a redeem to tell Niano to take his meds. This is why I this is why I made the redeem 1 point with no cooldown. This is so good. This is so good. I'm sorry, I gotta take a screenshot of this. Max out. Max out. Let me. Okay. I'll pause it. I'll pause it now. I will pause the redeem. I'll pause the redeem. This was something awful. Thank you. That's so kind of you to say. I'm actually kind of impressed that this is the most something awful thing you've seen on Twitch, because I know a couple of other something awful people. If Mint is not a something awful person, I will lose my fucking mind. But I know Giop is. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we gotta bully our friends. We have to bully our friends. Nyanomancer keeps on forgetting to take his meds, so I made a redeem to tell him to take his meds, and I made it 1 point. God damn it, lesbian cat. God damn it. Yep, that's just the essence of it. Yep. Cats, oh my god. Yeah, I can't trust them to take their meds. Do I need to DM Vex and tell her to take her meds? Big cats take big meds. Okay, there we go. I've restored my OBS to order after I took the screenshot. God damn it. Nearly forgot to see. Oh my goodness, ooh. Oof. Yep. Definitely take your antibiotics. Get Allie to meow at people until they take their meds. Allie meows so much that I the way she says nah sounds like nya to me. It's what a ridiculous person. I love Allie. I love Allie. Okay, folks. So what did we learn here today? What I learned is that what I think we have learned here is that the viewers of Almantas VT are much more confident in themselves as readers and learners and educated men of the world than they are as athletes. When you don't sleep, you become woke. It's true. We learned that very few people in this chat are evil. Lesbian Cat has still not given me her answers, so I'm still kind of waiting on those. Oh, we have. Let's look at the class analysis. This is the analysis I didn't really look at very hard. The class analysis is pretty evenly spread. Hello, Xanadu. Hello, X underscore A underscore N underscore A underscore D underscore U underscore. I have talked about so much about how often I love your I love saying your name, and I haven't gotten to see you in a while, so I'm glad that I got to say X underscore A underscore N underscore A underscore D underscore U underscore. It's a great name. It's a great name. It's what I invoke whenever somebody apologizes about having a name that's too long, or like asks me to call them by a short name. I'm like, no, don't worry about it, man. I can talk fast. I can talk fast and I can read. But yes, it does look like we trended towards neutral and slightly towards chaos, and we definitely trended towards good. The evil options were a little bit crazy. It looks like it biased towards humans and elves, which is interesting. Which is an interesting one. I don't really know what to make of that. I am genuinely surprised by the low number of barbarians, because I think barbarian is cool and funny. Oh, Turi! Turi. Well, you have to take the test. You have to take the test. Shout out at Turi. Turi VT. How are things on the high seas? What were you up to, Turi? There are two types of streams I know Turi does. I'm wondering which one it was. Makers and crafting. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. It was not what I was thinking. I was going to make fun of you for being on that. I was going to make fun of you for being on that Final Fantasy XIV grind set, but I do know that you were doing PC building. Yeah, you're doing PC building. You and Kari were building PCs. Hello, Versa. Versa's very cool. I like Versa. I think Versa did very well at the lockpicking contest at MagFest. I don't remember if you won or if you just did a bunch of it. And Turi is cool. Turi is very cool. And it's Kari. Is he Kari Charybdis? Let me give a shout out to Kari. How did it? I'm assuming that by saying it's alive, it went well. I'm assuming that it went well on that basis. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, currently a VTuber. I'm an old man who loves old things. In the interest of some sociological education, I have fired up a frankly bad quiz about D&D. I have stopped taking submissions. If you've done the quiz already and you want to submit, I will still take those, but I don't want anybody to do it because it's really long. It's a 140 quiz, very bad questionnaire, and I got people in the stream to take it and give me their answers. I'm mostly waiting on Lesbian Cat because she did it and she hasn't submitted it. Give it to me. Put it in the after streams. It's 140 questions long. It's so long, man. It's so long. I might not bother adding you to this stream because I kind of was leaning towards wrapping up relatively soon. We were discussing what would be the most cursed Garen would be for Big B's verbing hand. Big B's jelking hand is my first thought. It's a bad quiz because the answers rely on self-evaluation, but they give unclear forms of self-evaluative questions. It would have been almost a straightforward improvement on the entire quiz if the self-evaluation sections were just agree or disagree with this statement. Those would have been much more clear and much less confusing. As it stands, I think they were poorly framed, and a couple of them were flat-out nonsensical. Okay, we got Lesbian Cat. I want the Lesbian Cat one. Lesbian Cat, your name is so cursed on Discord. Holy crap. It's bad. They are badly written questions. Okay, so Gaddock evil level 1, that's cursed. Half elf. Ranger, and 12, 12, 13, 10, 11, 13. Okay, McAllistrine is still almost certainly the most cursed person on here, but there is something deeply cursed about being level 1 and not having anything resembling the stats to back it up. Lesbian cat is not long for this world. I just immediately respond to seeing the cat face with doing the illithid face. Doing the tentacle face at this point. But yeah, this was actually really fun to analyze. Yeah, only one warlock. Only one warlock, and that was me! I was the only warlock. I have the most cursed double class combination. Warlock barbarian multiclass. But yeah, Turi, and I should say Kari, congratulations that you got the computer working. Congratulations that you got the computer working. If you need to raid and run, please do so. Please do so. King of Hearts, Warlock Barb suffers from an extremely bad problem, which is that you can't cast spells while raging. So it kind of sucks. Yeah, I think the most cursed gerund is Big B's Jelking Hand. I'm not sure I can come up with anything worse than Big B's Jelking Hand. Leave it to the Paladin player to forget the Barbarian rules. I mean, I didn't remember them until Tohu pointed them out, because it's kind of hard to get me to actually want to play D&D. If you try to get me to play D&D, to play an RPG, you have to figure out a reason to convince me to not play Apocalypse World or Paranoia. Yeah, Tigress, please do not get a migraine. Please go do that. You have to come with a reason why I wouldn't play Apocalypse World or Polaris or Firebrands, or I've got like 100 RPGs that I'd rather play before D&D. And if you specifically want to play a fantasy one, you have to give me a good reason to not play Wicked Ones, because I really like Wicked Ones. Wicked Ones rocks. So it's kind of hard to convince me to play D&D. So I definitely don't know that. I've also never played 5th Ed. I played 3rd. I do not play Palladium games. I do not. I tend towards simple games. I really tend towards simple games. The generic systems that I prefer in terms of like generic systems, I do not like GURPS. I like Fiasco, and I like Primetime Adventures. Those are the two generics that I really like. But I tend to like very strongly themed ones. Again, Polaris. Polaris, extremely strongly themed game. I really like Apocalypse World. I really like Dogs in the Vineyard. I really like Firebrands. I really like Blades in the Dark. I really like Monster of the Week. I do not like Pathfinder. Blades is so good. Blades rocks. No, Pathfinder does not go in the direction of what I want out of an RPG. I like RPGs that are highly evocative and very lightweight. I like evocative, I like lightweight, I like having a lot of support for the GM. Very low prep games. I love Wanderhome. Wanderhome is amazing. I love Wanderhome. I don't know Mothership. I actually like Transit, even though Transit literally is a broken rulebook. I kind of want to do a rewrite of Transit to make it more playable. Lancer is over the limit for me. My limit on complexity is like very low. My complexity limit, I think, what would be the most complex TTRPG that I would actually want to play? Lancer's over the limit. Thank you for the almond. Lancer's over the limit. What would be... It might actually be Wicked Ones. Might actually be my upper limit. On like systems complexity. Or Paranoia. Paranoia has enough other things going for it that I'm willing to tolerate Paranoia's complexity. But storyteller systems are over the line for me. Even like... And when I've played storyteller systems, we usually rip off like 80% of the rules. I haven't played Kids on Bikes, but I am intrigued by it. I do think Kids on Bikes is cool. It does remind me of Nice Marines, which is one of my favorites. Yeah, D&D is very prep heavy, which is like a huge problem for me. That's like a very strong non-starter for me. And is a lot of why I particularly like Blades in the Dark. Because Blades in the Dark not only doesn't require a lot of prep, it makes it feel like you did do a lot of prep. It creates has a very interesting system where the game gets you all of the benefits of having done a lot of prep and makes your characters feel incredibly smart without anybody outside having to do all that much prep. It's a real miracle. Blades is a miracle of a game. I have very few complaints about Blades, and all of them are fixed in Wicked Ones. Wicked Ones rocks. Highly recommend Wicked Ones. And the other one, Turi, have you seen Shattered Spire? Shattered Spire is so cool. I'm sorry, Broken Spire, not Shattered Spire. Broken Spire. Broken Spire, rocks. Broken Spire is a Blades in the Dark remix. It's not even like a hack. It doesn't even rise to the level of hack. It's a remix of it. Blades in the Dark, you are playing as... It's basically, if you draw a straight line from Thief to Dishonored, it is a continuation in that direction of being like more fantastical, more mystical, more dark, more distressing from where Dishonored goes. It's a very distressing universe, and you play as a gang of thieves. You are doing Leverage. You are doing the TV show Leverage, but inside Dishonored. Incredibly sick. Emperor's Armpits, the first page includes the line, "You are a gang of thieves trapped inside a Victorian city under the cover of eternal night, where the walls are powered by demon blood and ghosts wander the earth." It is... Blades in the Dark is so sick, and it actually plays cooler than it sounds. It's so cool. Thief 2 is so good. Thief 1 and Thief 2 are actually super good. King of Hearts. They're super good games. Emperor's Armpits, it's so metal. Blades is so good. Broken Spire is a version of Blades in the Dark where Blades in the Dark, you have a kind of open-ended mission of make enough money by stealing that you can retire to a legitimate business. You are trying to make enough money that you can like open up a store of your own and retire in peace. That is your goal. I don't know King of Hearts. So that's Blades in the Dark. You start off as like these scrappy little thieves doing like little gang warfare stuff. You're shivving drug dealers. You're smuggling ghosts' bones. That's what you're kind of doing. Broken Spire is you are super powered and you have one mission. Your mission is to kill the Emperor. You play as a cult that has bare minimum dedicated your entire lives to assassinating the Emperor. The other options for how old you are is that you are multiple generations deep, or the longest term option, you have been planning to assassinate the Emperor since before he ascended. The Emperor is over 800 years old. The Emperor is the reason why there is no sun. Momo, I am describing one of my favorite TTRPGs. So Broken Spire is a game that you are tasked with killing an 800-year-old immortal who shattered the sun and then united all of the survivors. And so an entire campaign of Broken Spire comes down to one dice roll. Do you successfully stab the Emperor to death? The entire game turns on one dice roll, and everything else you do in the game is trying to create modifiers on that singular dice roll. And it's very neat. It is very, very neat. It's a very tense and interesting game. I've only played it a little bit, but one of the most exciting sessions I've ever done. Honestly, a lot of my favorite RPGs I've only gotten to do single runs of. I've only gotten to do a single run of Firebrands, which is my favorite. No. What happens if you kill him? Because he shattered the sun. He did not, like, hide it. He shattered it. What happens is that after you kill him, there's another series of rolls that determine how bad does it get. And there's an epilogue for, is this a better world or a worse world than what happened before he was alive, than what it was when he was alive? There's a whole table of results for describing, like, what degree of civil war do you end up with. Nice Marines is another one that I can easily recommend. Nice Marines has one of my favorite mechanics I've ever seen in any game ever, which is that for your skills, you rate them on a scale of dice. You assign a die to your skills. I may as well actually just pull up the rules for Nice Marines. Fuck it. Fuck it. If I'm pitching people on games, Nice Marines is literally a one-page rulebook. Nice Marines. Yes, it's Nice Marines. It's Nice Marines. Forgot that I need to refresh that. Nice Marines! Nice Marines! You are a space marine, an immortal giant genetically engineered to be the perfect instrument of war. Blah, 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 blah. However, support forces have not arrived following the recent liberation of Vanis, leaving you in charge of a diplomatic envoy dedicated to rebuilding after the conflict. You have no idea how to do this. You have 1 week until your superiors arrive to inspect the city, so get to it. So, assign 1d20, 1d12, 1d10, 2d8s, and 2d6 to your approaches. It is Warhammer 40k, but in a very silly way. These are Warhammer 40k Space Marines. That is intentional. These are intentionally Warhammer 40k Space Marines. But Warhammer Games Workshop does not actually own the rights to that, so you can make fanworks pretty fine. So, your confidence. You assign your confidence a d6 for cautious, a d8 for practiced, a d10 for keen, a d12 for zealous, and a d20 for divinely ordained. And here are your skills. They are being nice to civilians, building and repairing things, gathering information, holding parades, impressing civilians, lifting heavy objects, and protecting civilians. You automatically succeed at all combat actions. You wear inch-thick powered armor, carry a machine gun so big a normal person cannot lift it, and own a sword with a chainsaw blade that can cut clean through a grav car. Non-combat actions are difficult and confusing. You can crush a man's skull without thinking, you're heavy enough to damage buildings by entering them, and you haven't spoken to a civilian in centuries. When you attempt to resolve a situation without resorting to combat, roll the dice associated with the relevant approach and consult the chart below. So you roll a d6, reminder, you are rolling 1d6, 1d8, 1d10, 1d12, or 1d20, okay? That is your dice roll. If you roll a 1, you fail. If you roll a 2 to a 4, you have a partial success. A 5 or a 6 is a clean success. A 7 to 10 is a success with collateral. An 11 to 19 is a success with dire collateral. And a 20 is a success with catastrophic collateral. So minor collateral means civilians are upset or injured. Dire collateral is civilian deaths and priceless items are destroyed. And a catastrophic collateral is buildings are destroyed, dozens are dead, or a civil war is declared. It rules. It rules. This is my favorite chart I think I can think of in a tabletop role-playing game. I love this chart. It makes me so happy every time I see it. This... Yes, yes, yes. Talks to a diplomat, rolls a nat 20. I believe when I played it, somebody tried to... Actually, Niano, you're pretty close. A zoo got broken open. A zoo got broken open and all the animals were escaping, and a guy rolled a 20 on capturing the animals again. So the way that he captured the animals again was he used his plasma rifle to carve giant guts into the city of magma. He just magmified multiple city blocks in order to corral all of the animals together, killing hundreds of people. Amazing. Amazing. What a game. What a fucking game. Yeah, exactly. You don't want to overshoot on your success. It makes me so happy. It makes me so happy. I love Nice Marines. I love this damn game. This would be one I could play with VTubers. This would be one I could play with VTubers. This one maybe I should talk with Hal about this. about doing Nice Marines. I'm not a good GM though, is the problem. I think I'm a pretty mediocre to poor GM. Okay, so I was planning on wrapping up a few half an hours ago. So we are going to... God, I'm just shocked by how cursed lesbian cats... Let me send it to you. Here, it's let me go to the tweet. Okay, never mind. Twitter, it's so cursed, lesbian cat. Another strange. Every creature you come across seems to be an exact copy of your precious boy. That's so good, Niano. That's so good. That's so freaking good. Yeah, Zanadu, post the screenshot so I can put it in. Post the screenshot. You have to post the screenshot. I can't tell enough from just looking at the from just the link. The link doesn't actually give me anything. Hold on. X underscore A underscore N underscore A underscore D underscore U underscore. Oh, your tablet isn't cooperating? A couple of people literally took pictures of their of what they were doing. Also, I was planning on wrapping up at this point, so we might just wrap up. Let's think about raid targets. After streams. After streams. Okay. I don't need the details. Sorry, this is not the part that I need, Xanadu. You gave me the part I don't need. I just need the top line. I need the stats. I might worry about it later. Because I want to get out of here. Oh, come on. I want poll. Give me poll. Any poll's a goal. Um, birthday boy. Okay, so 9 and 9's also got in there. Okay, okay. I'm gonna. I think I'm going to go with the birthday boy. He's going to be a little bit loud. Yeah, none of us will understand what's going on with the race thing. None of us get that. Actually, I think we're going with the birthday boy. I don't really think I've got a better option to do than go to the birthday boy. So we'll go to the birthday boy. Also because it's very funny because he followed me literally today. It's either the birthday boy or Ronan, basically. I could go with Melly because she's having her live 2D debut. Yeah, we're not gonna see it. Whatever, I don't care. We're gonna go with Sui. Bajal? Fuck off, man. I need to post that clip in more places. For Gnome Bard 13, 14, 13, 15, 16, 10. Okay, and then 9s. 9s. 9's Pharaoh. Okay, hold on. Whatever. Where am I at in this? Okay. So, neutral, good, 4, half. Okay, hold on. What the blazes was that? Okay. Neutral, good, half. 4, halfling, cleric, and then 14, 12, 14, 14, 12, 14, 12, 12, 10. Okay, we've got some low confidence fellows in here. I do think it's kind of interesting that there does seem to be a bit of a gender thing where when we looked at the people who got like truly good scores, it was definitely the ladies. Vera, Vex, Nagi, and Yana were the people who actually had like truly good stats. And so it was ladies' night. It was ladies' night. Vovrin wasn't too bad, and Tigress was also pretty good. And Tigress was also pretty good. But intruded on another girls' night, yeah. Yeah, we're going over to Sui's. We're going over to Sui's because I think it's funny that he's still cringed at that memory. Oh no. Okay. So we're going over to Sui Robo. Hello Enma. We're heading out. We're heading out. We're heading over to Sui Robo. It's his birthday. If you are not subbed, if you are subbed, I would love to see that, Xanadu. I like seeing you around. I like having you around, especially because it gets me the chance to say X_A_N_A_D_. U_. But yes, also yes, I forgot to do this. Tomorrow night is movie night on the Discord. Movie night on the Discord. We are watching First Reformed and Princess Mononoke. tomorrow night. I might delay a little bit because there's a chance that my little brother will get to join us, which will make me very happy. And then Thursday will be probably a hangout stream of some kind. It'll probably be some sort of hangout stream. I haven't entirely decided what I'll do because my hand does feel a little bit tight. So I could try to do left-handed stuff, or I could play a video game. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, I love you all. See you soon.